Morning, everyone. This is the start of day 2 of Stream 9. Mr. Wharton, we heard your introduction. We do have one other preliminary issue we'd be grateful for you to address. But before then, can you talk to us, since I see we have Mr. Lieswyn on attending virtually, how do you propose to proceed?
Thank you, Chair. Just for Mr. Lieswyn's, just to give him a bit of background, yesterday afternoon, because we had a bit of extra time, the panel did ask for me to run through my summary of the transport chapter and the submissions and some of the key issues that were raised. Which leads us pretty much straight on to your evidence and the ability for the panel to question you. So I think it's worthwhile if we continue with that plan. If we start with Mr. Lieswyn, because he has limited time available to this morning, and then perhaps moving on to any questions for Ms. Ward here, who's our transport expert, and then questions for myself.
Well, the preliminary issue, I think, wouldn't fit neatly between Mr. Lieswyn and Ms. Wood.
Okay.
The request is that you take us through the trip generation rules so that before we talk to Ms. Wood about the triggers, we understand how the rule works or is intended to work. And so we understand the context of the triggers and therefore Ms. Wood's evidence a little better. But happy to start with Mr. Lieswyn's evidence and we'll go from there. So, Mr. Lieswyn, we have your evidence. We've read it. Can you hear us? Can we speak so we can hear? Make sure we can hear you. No, we can't hear you. You're on mute. Andrew, can you send him a text? Yes, he's on mute. He's going to text you. You're still muted, Mr. Lieswyn. Hey, we've got 5 minutes. Let's just sort it out. Because we're not going to get very far if we can't hear them. Well, not very fast anyway. Time-honored fashion. Turn it off and start again.
Yora, can you hear me now?
We can indeed. Success.
I'm not sure why it didn't work, but I kept pressing the mic button and it wouldn't unmute. So
We've solved it now, Mr. Lieswyn. Welcome to our. Not a worry. We've got time to spend. So we've read your evidence. Is there anything you particularly want to highlight to us before we ask you some questions?
no, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. I hope my evidence is pretty self-explanatory.
Yes, I think we understood where you were coming from. Commissioner McMahon, would you like to go first?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Lieswyn. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. The key issue that seems to be contested as it relates to your evidence is the ratios for that involve standard 1, standard 2 and 3 in relation to cycle parking, etc. Have you had an opportunity to read the evidence of Mr. Clark and the Stratum witnesses?
I read much of the submissions, but not the other evidence. Apologies, that I believe that wasn't made available to me. What was the key point challenging what I had to say, or that is not consistent?
Okay, well, that evidence has raised some issues with the ratios that are required in the standard, and that's also based on the cost associated with the provision, both as an actual cost and as an opportunity cost. What's your response to that?
I think I wrote something about opportunity cost in here. I'm just trying to find it at the moment. But in short, the cost of providing cycle parking is relatively low, especially compared to car parking. And given the rapid uptake in the use of micromobility and cycling within Wellington, it seems that the benefits would far outweigh the cost, just as a high-level thought. The ratios that Wellington are using are not out of the ordinary for other councils within New Zealand, and certainly much lower than you might find in high cycling mode share countries. So it's not like it's a reach.
Okay, Mr. Wharton has recommended some alterations to Table 7, which is linked back to the standard. And particularly for the central city zone, and for long stay staff and residents in residential units in that zone, which would change the ratio from a minimum to a minimum of 0.5 per residential unit. Was that based on your advice, or are you not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that. I focused most of my evidence, to be honest, upon the design rather than the ratios provision. So let me just, I'm going to this section. So are we talking about the retirement villages ratios, or?
No, we're not. We're talking about table 7, which is the minimal number of on-site cycling and micromobility device parking spaces. And for residential activities, Mr. Wharton has, well, it appears that he's added a specific provision for the central city zone, which would, for short stay visitors, is 1 per 10 residential units, and for long stay, which includes staff, etc., it's 0.5 per residential unit. And that's attached to Mr. Wharton's supplementary planning evidence dated the 4th of June.
Through the chair, I can clarify that my supplementary evidence was my evidence. So while I forwarded a copy to John prior to the hearing, just so that he was aware of it, this is not that particular recommendation. I did not consult with him on that. Instead, it was a planning assessment of the comparison of the benefits and costs that would come from a minimum standard in the city centre zone, as I set out in my evidence. So he may have a different opinion on that, and he is welcome. You're welcome to question him on that yourself. Okay.
Well, I'll do exactly that, Mr. Lieswyn. What's your view on the appropriateness of those revised provisions that Mr. Wharton's added?
Okay, sorry, I just dropped out in a sec. I realized what was going on. There were 2 technical issues here. One, I'm at a conference where there is an international speaker speaking from the UK, and so I switched to my cell phone, and that has helped stabilize the connection. Residential, what I'm looking at, correct me if this is not what's current, is 1 per 10 residential units. That's a very low ratio for Central City. Is that the same value that you're seeing?
For short stay visitors,
Short
yes.
stay, yes.
Yeah, but for long stay, it's a 0.5 per residential unit, as I understand Mr. Wharton's recommendation.
Yeah, which is that's a reduction from what was in the original proposal. I believe it was 1 per residential unit.
Yes, it's a halving. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
I would recommend the higher ratio, especially in the Central City where their parking is at a premium for motor vehicles. Providing good alternatives to get around, to be mobile, is important. It's important to realize that also cycle parking is often used by parents with prams. If they can't get the prams in the elevator, if they don't have space within their own units or their storage areas, cycle parking also doubles for pram parking, for mobility scooter parking. It's not just bicycles, it's used for many forms of mobility.
Okay. I guess what Mr. Wharton has just clarified is that that recommended change is his recommendation based on an assessment of the issues, having read the stratum evidence from Mr. Clark and I can't remember the corporate witness's name, Mr. Stewart, I think is it?
Yeah, Mr. Stewart and Mr. Lewandowski.
Yes, okay. But you're saying you haven't had an opportunity to familiarise yourself with those? Well,
I've read the stratum submission, and they've asked to remove the bicycle and micromobility requirements due to extra costs and affordability. In my evidence, I give some examples of affordability. the example I gave is what is typically a stainless steel stand. They may be referring to the space within the unit rather than the actual device that you lock to. However, as I've just pointed out, the space is often a multi-purpose space, not just for bicycles. And it may be that Stratum is thinking along the lines of cyclists, people who bike, when this is bicycle and micromobility, meaning those other modes of wheeled transport.
Sure. Look, I don't know if I can take that any further other than to say that Mr. Clark did a survey of inner city apartments that Stratum have developed and found that buildings with one cycle park per 3.5 units had a utilisation rate of around 90%. And he suggests that that reflects that the actual demand for these parks is perhaps different than what the rule in the plan is requiring.
Their survey was of cycle or automotive parking?
Cycle parking, I believe.
Yeah, so their survey showed that it was highly utilized.
90%.
Yeah, and that's why I would argue that the provision should be higher, especially given council's targets.
Okay. As I said, I don't know that I can.
Can I just ask a question on
Yes,
that?
please do.
Thank you. So where did the suggestion of 1 per unit come from? Is that from your?
Table 7 was provided
yes.
to, yes, and it said one per unit.
But
where did that come from? I think that was provided to me, and it's very similar to what's in the standard or the guidance which I wrote for NZTA, which looked at Auckland and Christchurch. They have similar rates.
That's based on an NZTA.
I don't know where it came from, but I am saying that it is similar to what is shown in the NZTA guidance. So I don't know who wrote the 1 per 10 for Wellington. It was just provided to me, and in my evidence, I agreed that it was an appropriate figure.
Thank you. Perhaps that's a question to you.
For Mr. Wharton, yes.
To Mr. Wharton.
Can we just hold that thought?
Sorry, yeah.
We'll wait and we'll come back to Mr. Wharton.
Okay.
Mr. Lieswyn, the question I had was, first of all, about the character of the Wellington CBD. In this hearing process, we've had a lot of discussion with Mr. Wharton actually about the radius around the CBD that is a walkable catchment. And one of the things that Wellington is well known for is people walking the CBD. And I wondered whether about any single ratio or the appropriateness of any single ratio across the city, because of Wellington's topography. You have one issue with the actual CBD, and the question for me is, to what extent are people walking rather than cycling? Like, I take your point about driving. You have to be keen to be driving across Wellington CBD, even if you know where you're going and where you're going to put your car when you get there. But as I say, there's the walking versus cycling dynamic within the city. Then there's the ring outside the city, which starts to get to the edge of what's walkable, but which is clearly bikeable, particularly as you extend towards Newtown, Mount Cook, where it's flatter. And then you go up into the suburb. You go to Kilburnie, where you could bike around the peninsula or brave the Mount Victoria Tunnel. So that's so the question is the ratio in the Kilburnie metropolitan centre necessarily going to be the same as Wellington CBD, or should it be? And then you go to Johnsonville, which has a completely different dynamic up in the clouds, and should that be a different ratio again? And so what's your
Yes.
answer to this sort of spatial variations that the plan should be providing for to recognise actual and potential demand?
Good regulation is simple regulation. Our surveys in Wellington, which we conducted another survey just a few days ago, showed that on many of the new cycleways and even the older ones like the Hutt Road pathway, the proportion of people on e-bikes is 50%. E-bikes are transforming micromobility, and I believe that the issues of hilliness around Wellington are kind of a moot point now. As far as should there be differential ratios, these are minimum ratios. Developers are welcome to provide more, and just the same as providing for cars. If you find that your units are well subscribed and people are paying the price for these units, I think the market will balance rather than trying to be very precise about should one suburb have a higher ratio than another. Provide a minimum standard and allow the market to provide that. The disbenefit there, of course, is that if you set the ratio too low and you have a lot of theft of bicycles, that has a social cost and individual cost. It has some negative effects as well, but I do believe that it is possible to retrofit spaces. We do it all the time for micromobility and cycle parking. So again, I suggest that a simple ratio is that it applies more broadly is better than trying to figure out what's the most walkable or cyclable area. To your point about the tension between walking and cycling, the Panaki bike plan is providing that separation between users. So I'm not sure that there's anything in it there. The waterfront, of course, is a highly contested space. But I believe the council is doing a fairly good job of managing through behavioral messaging the appropriate way to share that space. Does that answer your question?
I think you might have misunderstood. When I was referring to walking, I was thinking about the fact that within the CBD, the likelihood that people will be walking rather than cycling, and if they're cycling for recreation rather than cycling to work.
That's not the evidence that we're seeing from the counters, both manual and automated counters. One only has to stand on a street corner and watch the number of people during the commuting peak hours to see the number of people that are arriving on scooters and bicycles. So I believe it's a multimodal system, and while Wellington is very much a walking city, it is also becoming a cycling and scooting city.
In terms of those surveys, do we know where those people are riding from? Like presumably you've got surveys in different locations, and so what are they showing in terms of proportions that are of cyclists that are starting from central city locations, as opposed to the ones that are coming in, for instance, from Newtown or Mount Cook or wherever for the wider inner city?
Let me rephrase your question, make sure I understand it. You're asking, is there any way to interpret from the observational surveys and the automated surveys where people are originating? Is that what you're asking?
Correct.
Intrazonal versus interzonal, so trips within the central city versus trips that are coming into the central city. Basically, we can understand that based on the time. So most surveys that are manual are undertaken during the morning peak and are done on inbound routes. So it would be intuitive or logical to assume that the people observed on those pathways and cycleways are coming in from suburbs rather than having originated in the central city. It was not my remit to do a detailed analysis of the survey data. I just happen to know a fair bit about the surveys due to NZTA research we've done on differential speeds, differential speeds on hills versus flat areas, and also on gender and device type and speed. So we've been undertaking those surveys for some time, but their council staff would have the ability to give you a much more full picture of kind of which suburbs are generating more active travel.
And the other question I ran, you've responded to the retirement village submission saying, well, they're incorrectly assuming that people aren't using e-bikes. And sort of give you personal disclosure here, that I live in Havelock North, which has a heavily weighted dynamic demographic towards the older community. Some call it retirement central. I think there are 4 or 5 retirement villages within Havelock, all on the flat. And I suppose, speaking personally, I haven't noticed huge numbers of observably elderly people on e-bikes crisscrossing the village. But I wondered about your reference. You say the hard data is not readily available, and you refer us to a 2020 survey about who's buying e-bikes. That's over 40, and that doesn't surprise me. But of course, the relevant age for retirement village is basically over 70. So what is that telling us about how many 70-year-olds are riding e-bikes around the place?
Yeah, I mean, in a previous career, I was a bike shop owner, and certainly I have firsthand anecdotal knowledge of the shift in age that e-bikes have opened up for older people. Havelock North is perhaps a difficult example. It depends. I know where some of those retirement villages are, and the increase in the number of pathways of recreational nature means that maybe if you are driving around Havelock North, you're not going to see many elderly people braving the traffic conditions of central Havelock North. But there's an elderly person that's got every right to be out and about, whether they're traveling for commuting, going to do a part-time job or recreation. They should still be catered for and how they want to get around their community. So again, there is very little survey evidence of elderly people, like you say, those of 70 plus. But if you don't provide them with a place to park their devices, bikes, trikes, or mobility scooters, then they're not going to use them. So it's simply a decide and provide situation here. If we don't decide to provide them with a place to put it, certainly they won't get one.
Just to round off the personal anecdote, I also observed that one of the things I did when moving to Havelock North was to buy a bike. So I know exactly what you mean about the bike trails, because I'm out on them most weekends. Ask my colleagues any more questions, Mr. Lieswyn?
Mr. Lieswyn, Mr. Wharton has added in a provision to Standard 2 dealing with showers and lockers for staff cycling and micromobility trips to new buildings. Was that based on some advice or evidence from you?
I'm not sure sure whether he added that based upon what I've written in the NZTA guidance note on,
Right.
but it definitely is in the guidance note that showers and lockers are an amenity that support staff, whether they're arriving on foot, jogging to work, or cycling to work. It does help support staff, but it also helps support them during their workday if they should choose to exercise during lunch break, for example.
Yes, okay, that's good. And that guidance, like that's a very recent guidance note, isn't it?
The original version, I believe, was 2020, and it was updated. I think we're in version 3. I'm in the middle of writing version 4 of it, which will contain more guidance on the design, not necessarily the usage, or I'm not aware of any surveys of the number of lockers that are actually utilized when provided.
Yes.
But that would be a very interesting survey.
Okay. Yes. Okay. I understand what you're saying now. Yes, the March 2024 is very much about the design and the metrics associated with the spaces. What about the ratios that Mr. Wharton's introduced for the number of minimum number of showers and lockers required? Is that derived from the guidance note?
No, that wouldn't be. I think I'm stepping outside my professional competence here, but I would suggest that the building codes may have more information on providing of ablutions. But
yes.
I have no further comment, really. That's not in my professional competence.
Appreciate what you're saying, and that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Any more? Thank you, Mr. Lieswyn. You're welcome to stay online, but if you're at a conference, you've probably got better things to do.
Yep, the next speaker is Dr. Hiki Ihurangi, who's quite an excellent speaker. Yeah, I'm going in.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Lieswyn.
Bye-bye.
Mr. Wharton, as I say, before we hear from Ms. Wood, I'd be grateful if you could take us through the trip generation rule. So how is this intended to work? And then Ms. Wood will tell us why it will work.
Thank you, Chair. So it's extending through from existing practice of requiring for large developments to show how the car movements that they're generating will affect the safety and the movement of vehicles to and from the site, and also the adjoining things like intersections, etc. Not just for the vehicles themselves, it's not just about traffic, but also about how it might affect micromobility and pedestrians as well, and how it interacts with the manoeuvring within the site. So in the proposed district plan, we have TRR2, which says if you are generating vehicle trips, which not all will. Obviously, if you don't have a car park on site and you don't have an access, then you're not generating vehicle trips. But if you are, then you are permitted if you are below a certain threshold.
Can I just pause and say, does that follow that if you don't have a car on, if you don't have a park on trip on site, you're not generating vehicle trips? That people could be parked out on the street or in a public car park round the corner, or so. As I say, that just immediately struck me, and so I just ask you there, you pick it up now or pick it up at the end, but before I forget it, forget the question.
That's a fair question, Mr. Robinson. Ms. Wood might want to comment further, but my understanding is that generally, when it comes to resource consents, the integrated transport assessment that's done is more to do with the impact of the traffic to and from that site to the adjoining transport network,
rather than
transport generally. So
sort of what they might generate to the vicinity of the site.
That's correct. And interestingly, this came up by the evidence from the fuel companies, where the expert said, you know, that many trips to the service station are part of an ongoing trip, so actually not generating overall traffic within the city. And my response to that is that's not the main point of these assessments. It's, you know, traffic management within the city is something that the council does manage. This is more about how the traffic, how the parking and the access and manoeuvrability within the site interacts with the surrounding street environment.
Thank you. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Mm.
Oh, well done. You got the seal of approval there.
Is there a risk of double counting there though? If I mean, using the fuel station as an example, I mean, if most of those trips are not destination trips in their own right, but are passing by, and I think fuel companies have used a 2% figure in the past. The fuel station itself isn't necessarily generating additional traffic. It's taking advantage of passing traffic that will already be on the network. So, what's yours? That might be a question for your witness more than you, but happy for you to answer it.
Sure. I'll start, and you can continue on. Yeah. So the effects when we're talking about vehicle trip generation, it's again not overall trip generation. It's the trips in and out of the site and the effect that they have. So the effect of a car just driving past a service station is not going to be the same as one that slows down, crosses over maybe takes a side road to get there, and goes to a few intersections, goes over a pedestrian walkway, maybe a cycleway that's a hut road. Queues might be queuing up to get to it if there's a long queue because there's a sale on. So all of those factors are additional to what would just be standard from a car driving by.
No, I understand that. And before Ms. Wood comments, an integrated transport assessment will, amongst other things, also look at the ability of the network to accommodate those trips, though, won't it?
Yes, that would be right in the case of a new development such as, new apartment block or something like that. But if it is a service station, it's more the effect of the vehicles travelling in and out of the site, as Mr. Wharton said.
So why can't the provisions in the plan relating to site distances, access width, separation between access ways, signage, etc., deal with that on-site or site interface issue, as opposed to requiring an integrated traffic assessment?
Well, there would be a large effect from something like a new service station compared to what the existing environment is. So there would need to be an assessment of the safety of that high trip generating activity.
So are you saying the user of the plan can't rely on the standards that underpin vehicle crossing widths, design, location, etc., to adequately deal with that matter?
Well, they would come into it.
Yes.
But it's the volume of the vehicles going in and out that is going to cause an additional effect.
On the network or on
on both the pedestrian network and also entering and exiting the vehicle network on the road.
Okay.
It was the result of me diverting you, Mr. Wharton. So, sorry, I interrupted you in mid-course. So, So
you started with R2, I think.
Yes, you started with R2.
And there's obviously a carve out for the airports, some of the precincts within the airport zone, because they don't make sense.
Certainly. So to continue on, in terms of if that threshold is exceeded, so that's 200 vehicle movements per day, or you're a service station or drive-through activity, which is going to considerably exceed those thresholds anyway, then you require, well, you're highly likely in this case to be requiring getting a resource consent for the activity anyway through the other activities in the plan. So an additional matter of discretion is added in here, which is the matters in TRP1, which is specific to high trip vehicle trip generation. And that allows for the consent planner to look at how the activities safely and effectively integrate with the transport network, including the plan network upgrades, service improvements, pedestrian, cycling, micromobility, public transport modes, and appropriate enough added in at appropriate scale to the nature of that activity. And as part of that, addressing those policy matters, they must provide their integrated transport assessment by a transport engineer or transport planner that uses the latest guidelines by the NZTA and can address those matters in the policy. And then that would allow the council and the consent planner to recommend specific conditions as necessary to manage the effects that might come from that activity, from that high amounts of traffic coming in and out. I also informed that and I put this in my evidence, that the degree of information would also be relevant to the size of the activity and the location as well. So if the effects are significant and it's a large amount of traffic going on to busy roads with lots of intersections and lots of competing users of different modes, then you'd probably need a correspondingly more complex assessment than one that was just in a suburb.
Is that particular provision, like, in effect, what you're describing is a traffic specific equivalent of the general statement as in Schedule 4, that an AE should be proportionate to the nature and scale of the issues? Is that in the NZTA guidelines? So where does that particular observation, where is that stated?
I'd probably defer to Ms. Wood if it's in the guidelines. This familiar?
Do you mean how is the trip generation?
No, how is it, like Mr. Wharton's point is that the nature and scale of the integrated traffic assessment will vary. What I've just written down, my précis of what he said was according to the context and the use, which is i.e. the number of movements generated. But where is it set out that where are the requirements for the ITA set out, and in particular the statement that the nature and extent of the analysis will vary according to the situation?
So just from a policy point of view, back in policy P1, so I am recommending that in regard to the second point, that effects on providing for pedestrian, cycling, micromobility, public transport modes is at an appropriate scale to the nature of the activity. And also the first one, where you're looking at does the activity safely and effectively integrate with the transport network? That's whether it meets that safe and effectively test will by its very nature depend on the activity and the location, because it's just easier to demonstrate. But Ms. Wood may be able to talk more about any other specific requirements in the guidance about the complexity of these assessments.
Yes, and when there's a large number of traffic movements, it means that it's a large development of some sort. And it's not only the aspects related to the, integration of the vehicles from that site onto the street, but it's also, there'll be a lot to look at within the site, and such as, especially with a service station, you'd have to check things like the feasibility of the tanker trucks being able to get in through the site, and I mean, there's many things, and if it's a residential site, there'll be the need to assess a waste removal truck to be able to get in to collect waste materials, and also for fire access, fire appliance access, as well as whether or not the number of car parks that they propose are going to be actually feasible. And they will need to have the ability for the larger trucks to be able to turn around on the site, which is another assessment that will have to be made. So it's not just coming in and out of the site that would be assessed for such a large development.
Mr. Wharton, I wonder if, I think the message I'm getting in response to my question is that it's implicit, and the question I would invite you to ponder is whether there is value in making the point that you've made, namely that the integrated traffic assessment is proportional to the situation and all of the factors, traffic related factors applying to the situation, whether there is value in stating that in I'm open to how and where it would be stated, but stating that in the plan, if there's an information requirement, actually making that point. So that's an open question.
I'll address that in the right of reply, and where there's scope for me to do so, yes.
So we keep or we/I, the royal we, keep interrupting you, Mr. Wharton. So
no, Chair, I believe that was generally how I understand the rule works.
do you have any clarification?
Thanks, Mr. Wharton. That's always useful to get an understanding of how the rules work before one asks some questions about their merits. So I think I understand. Essentially, certain zones like the airport zone, the terminal precinct, and the Eastside precinct, trip generation doesn't really apply to those. That's correct.
Yes, so the airport made a submission asking for all of the airport zone to not be included. When I looked at the different areas, I recognised that some of the airport zone actually has non-airport activities such as the bulk retail, commercial going directly onto a road where there are changes to those entrances or those activities could have significant effect on the network. And this is, I guess, it's a bit of an example of where location and the actual activity is quite relevant. That for airport activities, they are generally like those conflicts between multi-use, different like pedestrians, cyclists, vehicles, buses, etc., and entrances and exits from these activities are all managed within those particular airport sites that then go onto Stuart Duff Drive and are then a part of the regular transport network into the city. So it was, and from an efficiency point of view, it's not really worth for them to do an integrated transport assessment every time they change something within those areas.
Right. So, and in your 42A, you'd accepted the exclusion for the terminal precinct and the east side, and in your supplementary, you've added the south coast.
That's
precinct.
correct.
So regardless of the trip generation in those precincts, they won't trigger a rule. But in the other precincts, such as the retail park, I think it's the Western precinct or whatever it's called, it will.
Assuming that they exceed that threshold, yes.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Quick point there on that matter. You've added it to the rule. Should that South Coast precinct be added to policy 1 as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a good catch. Yeah. So I will make that
I wasn't
correction.
looking for a catch, but yeah, I just was reading. Yeah,
Good identification.
Subclause 3.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so in all other zones, excluding those precinct zones, essentially you're subject to the standards in S1. And the words, the activity is not a service station or a drive-through activity. What does that mean? In clause 2.
That means that a resource consent that has a vehicle trip generation component. In other words, and actually this came up in the evidence as well, where it's changing the nature of the vehicle trip generation or is new, that if you are a service station or drive-through activity, then you automatically don't comply with the permitted standard,
Okay.
and you are required to be assessed under TRP1.
Okay, so even in the unlikely event that you met the standards in standard 1 for a service station or a drive-through, you still wouldn't be permitted.
Yes, that's correct, and it just recognise. I mean, I think actually Ms. Wood gave some good examples of how just the very nature of those activities
Sure.
means that there are quite complex transport movements that need to be considered that can't just be covered by a standard.
Okay, so you infringe the standards in S1. You're a restricted discretionary activity. It doesn't get any worse than that, does it? That's the final default landing.
That's correct. As I said before, it's really a way to add an additional matter of discretion to a consent process and allow consent conditions to be added.
Yes. And the matter of discretion is really the reference back to the policy P1.
Yes, and the recognition that under Section 88 information provision, you have to provide that transport assessment.
Yes, and there's a useful reference in rule subclause 3 to the Waka Kotahi guidelines. I noticed that they were dated 2010, which, some 14, 15 years ago. Are they still fit for purpose? And might be a question for Ms. Wood. Are they still, I mean, the concept of integrated traffic assessments has sort of developed a lot in the last decade, hasn't it? Are the guidelines still the be all and end all?
It's hard to know. I believe I heard that we're at about the peak vehicle ownership in New Zealand at the moment. It still has been going up until now.
Yes.
And that implies that could result in more traffic movements from a site. I think it has been a very useful addition to have sort of a criteria for when we need to request traffic reports, because it has been fairly vague in the past.
Yes.
So-
Does research report 422, which is the guideline, does that set out what an ITA must contain? Does it actually does it address this concept of proportionality that the chair raised with Mr. Wharton?
Proportionality of what? Sorry.
Well, the ITA, the scrutiny of the ITA should be commensurate with the scale of activity being proposed. I think that's.
Oh, I see. Well, it is sometimes, or it has been difficult to know when to request a proper traffic report, and having it as a district plan
Okay.
standard will be very useful, as I said before. And having the number of vehicle movements is a good way of assessing when we're likely to need to have one of these.
No, I
reports.
understand that. That's not quite my question, Ms. Wood. My
Fine.
question is more about, does the Transport Agency guideline adequately advise the council as to what should be contained in an ITA? Given that it was written in 2010, is it still fit for purpose in terms of saying what an appropriate ITA should contain?
I'd probably have to check the document again, but it's likely that it will be. Most of our documents that we use are actually quite old,
Mm.
but they're still relevant. So I guess this one is probably going to be in the same category.
Yes. Well, getting on to merit stuff now, Chair, but I'll ask the question anyway. I mean, when I mean, high traffic generation rules are not new to the plan, the concepts embodied in the ODP. When a application comes in, is it you that assesses those applications in terms of their appropriateness, and particularly the traffic assessment that accompanies them?
Yes,
Yes. Okay.
and other colleagues.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there a difference between a traffic impact assessment and an ITA?
I don't think so. It would have an assessment of very similar things anyway.
Might be useful, Mr. Chair, if we could, I don't know how readily we could get can we get a copy of the Waka Kotahi guideline? Is that something that's easily replicable?
I think it
Uh,
was referenced.
It is available online, so it should be relatively easy to print out a copy and circulate if needed.
I think we'd be grateful if you could do that for us. Can I take you back to a question you were addressing in part about, and we're now getting into the guts of the rule about the Commissioner McMahon asked you to explain the exception for at a service station and a drive-through activity. And I wondered if, and this is something obviously the fuel companies have latched onto. I wondered about the use of the terminology saying the activity is not, and in the context of this rule, the activity is vehicle trip generation, and that was your point in response. But you're using activity in two different senses here, and I wondered if it would be clearer if you talked about something like the underlying activity giving rise to the traffic generation is not, because effectively what you're saying is, well, as regards, well, if a service station wanted to have some addition that didn't impact traffic generation, that wouldn't trigger the traffic generation rule. But I'm not sure that the way it's written actually has that effect. And so if you were to tweak that description, you could make some comment along the lines of, well, the underlying activity giving rise to additional traffic vehicle trip generation is not. Sort of actually describe what you're focusing on, which is whatever you have a base level of trip generation and you're talking about increases. And then the next question is, does the increase exceed the trigger? But I'm not sure that the existing words do that, although that's obviously the intent because that's how you've described it.
I agree, Chair. I think that's a useful correction to have something to the effect of, as you know, the words you mentioned, or that, you know, and the vehicle trip generation from the underlying activity. Yeah, this is not, the underlying activity is not these things, just to make it clear that it is the vehicle trip generation addition. So I'm happy to, I think there's scope to make that change within the submissions.
Well, thank you for that. And I'll just note you that, as with all of those things we discussed with Mr. Anderson, that's for you to ponder and come back to us and reply. And if having pondered it, you decided that's a dumb idea, you'll no doubt tell us. So should we go now with that extended introduction to Ms. Wood's evidence? So we've had a warm up, Ms. Wood. Is there anything else you want to draw to our attention in your evidence, or are you happy to go straight to questions?
So at the moment, I'll just be interested to see what you are wanting to know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Commissioner McMahon, would you like to go first?
Happy to do so, sir. Yes, since it's topical, my focus is really on the metrics within the high traffic generation rule. There's been submissions saying that it's too low, and some submissions saying it's too high. One camp we have the generators themselves, the other camp we have Waka Kotahi, and Waka Kotahi has queried where the 200 vehicles per day threshold has come from. Your response was that you didn't prepare those standards, but you thought they might have come from NCDS 404. Have you had a chance to consider that further, Ms. Wood, in terms of the origin of those?
No, I didn't write the rules. So in that
Understand
sense,
that.
I'm not sure where they got that figure from. And I guess we could look into it further and discuss with the people that wrote the rules.
The rule has a distinction between,
Oh, standards,
sorry,
yeah.
the standard has a distinction
or
between
whatever.
the type of road, whether it's a state highway or another road. Is that appropriate in your view?
Oh, I think it is good to have a distinction between state highway and other road.
Say again, please. I didn't quite hear that.
It is a good idea to have a distinction between the state highway and another sort of road, because state highways are usually carrying high traffic loads, traffic volumes.
Okay, so Mr. Wharton has recommended that S1 be altered so that the metric for roads other than state highways is 200 vehicles per day, whereas for state highways it's 100 per day. Do you have any comment on that?
Right, you have recommended that distinction. It's likely to be a good idea, yeah, to have a lower volume because of the greater effect that the development would have just because of it going onto a very high volume road.
Okay. Some other submitters, such as Kaingaroa, some of the fuel companies, retailers have suggested that the 200 vehicles per day is an appropriate threshold, and they'd like to see that increased to up to 500 vehicles per day. And they've quoted other local authorities around the country, including Auckland City, Christchurch City. What do you make of that argument, Ms. Wood?
When I was thinking about this issue, I was thinking about the character of Auckland and Christchurch compared to Wellington.
Yes.
And I expect that for that reason, they chose the lower volume of lower number of traffic movements, because Wellington roads are different in character to those other cities. and they are very often narrow and winding, and are therefore likely to have greater effects. And that's not the case with Christchurch and Auckland because of the roads generally being wider and straighter.
So it's about the nuancing the Wellington rule or standard to reflect its topography, street geometry, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Okay. What does what does 200 vehicle movements a day look like?
Well, there is a number of trips per car park of 10, which it does seem quite high. We definitely don't do that many trip movements a day in our household, but it's possible that it is characteristic of some other towns such as Auckland and Christchurch, and that's probably where the number came from. I think that not all developments will have that many traffic movements per car park, and they can put that forward as an argument in their application.
A trip presumably is two movements, is it?
Yes,
Yes,
that's
so
right.
in and
Going
out.
in and then coming.
Yes.
Sorry, going out and then coming in.
Yes. So 200 vehicle movements is really 100 trips, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And for over a 8-hour day, it's not many trips, is it?
No, I reckon that most of the time it's going to be less than that during the weekdays for people in the suburbs, but it could be quite high on the weekends.
Yes. The standard doesn't distinguish between. It's based on a 7-day week, isn't it? Averaged.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. Well, that's all I have on that, sir.
Thank you. The responding to the Ben's submission on driveways, Ms. Wood, you said, well, there's an observable problem that access driveways could be built before any building consents were, and
Yes, that's quite often the case. You don't always have to have a building consent to build a driveway.
I suppose rhetorically I'd ask, well, isn't that the applicant's problem if when they apply for a building consent, they've acted in advance of that consent and
It is truly their problem, but it would be good to get rid of that situation by having a look at it earlier.
is the reality that applicants then put pressure on the building consenting team not to make them rip up an existing driveway? Is that the dynamic we're in reality that we're talking about? That, like, in theory, the building consent could require compliance, but obviously a developer who spent money on a driveway isn't going to be happy about that scenario and is going to tell the council
No.
they're not happy.
No,
Yeah.
well, that's why it is a good idea to look at it early to avoid these sort of situations. And I think that if they can't rely on the fire truck getting to the site, they have to have alternative measures such as sprinklers, which is probably could be avoidable if there had been good access.
And so sort of a related point in relation to driveway design, you're saying, responding to Waka Kotahi, that driveway design isn't only for new activities, it's also relevant to where existing activities change or expand. Just as you said, well, it's not actually that desirable that people have to rip up driveways to respond to the building code. What in practice can be done? You have an existing driveway. You're going to require it to be ripped up. You're going to be required to be widened when there is a corridor that's hemmed in by a building. Sort of, is this a theoretical discretion that in practice is going to be fraught?
Sometimes they do need to widen their driveways if they're going to greatly increase the number of household units that they're going to have on the site. And they may need to also consider pedestrian access or safe pedestrian access.
And I suppose my question is, how real is that consideration when you've got an existing driveway and you're well, the PDP allows a vast number of amount of infill. I think that everyone with a back section is going to be looking at subdivision potential. And the thing about a back section is always, well, how are you going to access it? Because there's a house sitting in the front that you've got to go around, and generally and often through a conflated space. So I'm thinking of, is there are those standards setting up, like you're framing it in terms of, well, a significant increase in capacity, and the question is there any way to cope with the dynamic the MDRS has produced, as I say, with a drive towards large scale infill intensification across the entire city, where access is going to be potentially a fundamental constraint on that being realised.
In the case of subdivisions where it just involves perhaps one extra house or one or two extras houses at the back and they want to have vehicle access, we're quite, perhaps, what's the word? We allow them to have a lesser width driveway if it's for a short length. Quite often I've found that chimneys restrict the width, and it wouldn't be possible to provide a 3 metre wide driveway there. But as long as it's accessible, say, into at least 2.4, which is like a garage door width, and it's only for a short time, we're quite, let's say we do allow that.
And I suppose the follow-up question, both for maybe for Mr. Wharton to think about, is that if that is the consenting practice, is there a way that the plan could, in effect, or does the plan already reflect that practice? Can it be written in to avoid that being the only, like, if the development already needs a resource consent, that's just another issue to be sorted out. That's one thing. But if that's the difference between a permitted development and something that needs a consent, is there a way for that to be addressed? That's a
Just, Chair, answering that in the design of driveway standard 6, the requirement to provide vehicle the full length to provide unhindered access for fire appliances applies when the driveway will result in the building served to be more than 70 metres from a legal road. So for a lot of that infill that you're describing, I expect, and it's also similar to what Ms. Wood described, we generally don't require that because there is an ability for the fire. I mean, they don't particularly like it, but they are actually able to get some smaller trucks or pipes or whatever to actually fight that fire. But for a distance of 70 or more metres, that's where it's starting to get into quite significant subdivision or redevelopment areas that really those larger developments should be having fire truck access. And even in that case, say for example, there's perhaps quite a steep slope that does bring in the matter of discretion as a restricted discretionary matter back to the TRP3, which is about safe and effective access for firefighting purposes with reference to the various codes of practice, etc. So there might be a way around it if the code of practice say, well, here's another way that you can actually get the access for firefighting purposes, or otherwise deal with it. But there may be instances where the consent actually has to be declined, or else the development redesigned in order to meet those requirements for buildings more than 7 metres away from the road. So I think, in short, to answer your question, I believe the rules already account for those situations where you've got just like meeting the MDRS along a typical section, which is usually only about 30 metres deep from the road.
That's a useful. One final question from me about electric vehicle charges. And you've addressed Ms. Wood, and this sort of crosses over into Mr. Wharton's domain. So I'll throw the question in the middle of the table and you can decide who's best placed. Is there room to distinguish electric vehicle charges in open air car parks from those that are within buildings? That how frequently would an open air car park have charges to within the car park where, like, I understand exactly what you mean about the retrofitting electricity cables and the associated equipment to the edge of an interior park, but I wonder if the same considerations apply to an open air car park, and whether the same cost benefit equation applies effectively.
I can start with that, Chair. Firstly, to note that open air car parks for residential developments often do set aside dedicated parks for units because they've bought that unit with the expectation that they can use it. And so in that sense, it's equivalent to if it were in a garage. If you'll indulge me actually on a personal anecdote as well, from when I lived in Canada and in freezing areas where you actually had to plug in your car to charge your battery, otherwise your car wouldn't start when you got out from work or from your house. It was interesting seeing how that actually worked in practice, having individual chargers. So perhaps that's something that we might see in the future here as people demand to have their own local access. But anyway, it's an anecdote. In terms of the cost of that retrofitting, that's something that I pondered as well, which is why I talked to a colleague of mine who was actually working on installing electric vehicle chargers in open air car parks. The council has recently put some in their community centres, a few community centres around the city, where they've had to basically rip up existing driveway car park areas to get the cables in and connect it properly before putting the actual charger in, and then had to reinstate it back to what it was. And they found that actually the cost of that was a lot more than they expected, almost half in some instances, and the average she gave was around $20,000, which that might be specific to those individual areas, but it just is recognizing that often the cost of tearing up your tar seal and digging down and putting in cables by qualified experts and then having to reinstate that is not an insignificant cost. And so the same principles would apply where it's a disincentive for the first person who wants a charger to have to pay for that, and so may discourage uptake of electric vehicles. So in summary, I think it is still relevant for both outdoor and indoor car parks, that standard.
Mr. Black, do you have any questions for Ms. Wood? Mr. Pomari? Mr. McLeod, anything more?
One, just going back to the vehicle generation and ITAs. The Jazz has helpfully circulated the NZTA Research Report 422. I've just been flicking through it. I note that it does deal with the issue of proportionality at 5.1 and says that the guiding principle needs to be that the assessment should be tailored to the circumstances of the site and the sensitivity of the receiving environment. And the level of detail covered by the assessment and nature assessment depends on the particular circumstances of each site or to a significant degree. So that seems to be a positive point. I also note that back in 2010, when this was written, there seemed to be a focus on GFA as opposed to trip movements as the basis for requiring an ITA. Have you got any comment on the applicability of gross floor area as opposed to trip
I think
movements?
these days you couldn't, because a large building could be erected and it may have no car parks.
Right.
Because the rules have changed since 10, so
Okay.
2010. So that is one change that has come about that has had a big impact on what can be built and whether it has traffic effects.
Sure. Okay, and that's a point well made. Thank you for that. Just looking at the guideline, it does talk about the scope and content of ITA, which is useful. But it's not exhaustive. In fact, of all the sections, it's probably the shortest of the guideline. But yeah, that's something for us to have a look at. So.
Okay.
Through the chair, if I can just add something on the use of that. That the guidelines are identified as as something that should be used to inform, rather than a standard that we're requiring applicants to meet. So for the purpose of council's assessment of traffic effects, we were constrained and focused on the matters in policy 1. Thank you, Chair.
Hey, I think Ms. Wood, thank you for your contribution. Like Mr. Lieswyn, if you've got more interesting things to do, you're welcome to depart, and if you don't, then you're welcome to stay and keep an eye on Mr. Wharton. You're in his option. Mr. Wharton, we had your speaking notes. We had your preliminary introduction. Is there anything else you want to tell us before we ask you some questions about your evidence?
Chair, I'm happy to go straight to questions.
All right, well, we'll follow the same pattern and ask Mr. McMahon.
Okay, Mr. Wharton, I've focused predominantly on your rebuttal or your supplementary statement, because you've usually, and you've reflected that in your speaking notes also, that that's the focus on the areas that are contested, really. That's been broken up into probably four or five main matters: the micro mobility and cycling matter, the ITA assessments, and the trigger in standard 1. The Wellington airport situation, which seems to be largely resolved. We'll hear from the airport on that. Yeah, and again, the high trip generation that Kaigora raised along with the fuel companies, and then the Kiwi Rail issue. So yeah, only 5 or 6 matters. In terms of the micro mobility issue, your rebuttal evidence signals a move, some sort of accommodation of the strata concerns, even though that maybe doesn't align with the advice of what's his name, Mr.
Lieswyn.
Yes, who felt that the standard as it exists was probably more appropriate. I guess I don't really have any further questions other than on that, and I guess I need to hear from Mr. Clark and Mr. Lewandowski on that. Is there any ability, or what sort of evidence would you need to hear from them for any further movement on that matter?
Commissioner, it was an interesting question. I think the evidence that Stratum provided was useful because the previous assessments done under the Section 32 had good, perhaps qualitative reasons and explained them out, but didn't have so much quantification of it. I think Mr. Lieswyn's evidence is also valid and can stand as recognising that this is best practice, that we do provide, 1 cycle park per residence. I think in my supplementary evidence, I account for, it may be effective, but is it the most efficient way to achieve the objectives that the plan's trying to seek at a reasonable opportunity cost and underlying cost for developers? And so my supplementary evidence reflects perhaps looking for a better balance between the policy goals to encourage and enable more cycling and micromobility use, but also the high opportunity cost of reserving space for those parks if beyond the current demand, and if developers choose not to offer that as as a market provision. And so I've qualified my evidence in this area, also recognising some of the supplementary points that Stratum have made. They may still not agree with that because they may recognise that we should only be providing for, what our purchasers demand, basically. But I think that given the direction from council in terms of the spatial plan and in terms of the other high level documents, such as the regional policy statement, the regional land transport plan, I think we need to be enabling more than that.
Commissioner McMahon, I wonder if I should invite you to ask all your questions on microbit mobility. Then we'll go across the team. Then we'll go to the subject matter.
Yes. No, thank you. And I read your paragraph 19, and that's my understanding of where you arrived in your supplementary, Mr. Wharton. That it was a balance of the technical evidence, the policy, and the economic aspects, and that the result, that your recommendation was a result of that. What, in terms of the mechanics of the rule, presume does it non-compliance with that rule? Does that also trigger to an RDA? And if so, what are the matters of discretion? Again, do they refer back to a policy? Can you just take me to the relevant rule? I've got your Appendix A in front of me.
Yeah, so let's see. S2 and S3 are the main ones for cycle parking. So that's in Rule 1. So matters of discretion being the extent and effect of non-compliance, and the matters in Policy 3. Policy 3 does the main thing in terms of parking is about
Policy 3, yes.
That the projected demand for loading spaces or cycling or mobility parking will be lower than that required in the standards, or can be accommodated by public, shared or reciprocal arrangements.
Yes.
The evidence, I believe it was Mr. Lewandowski, but I could be wrong there, was concerned about that it would be difficult, like it seemed a bit arbitrary for an applicant to try and work that out. I would disagree with that and think this is an appropriate way that if those standards aren't met, recognising that in limited situations there may be other ways to accommodate that parking. If it's a shared park, for example, or if there's some other reasons, for example, and this is just purely hypothetical, that if the residential facility was designed for people with disabilities and they all had, were unable to use micromobility to the same degree, and there was provision perhaps for mobility parks, but not to the same extent and standards as cycle parking, this would be a way for that matter to be exercised. But in general, that would be the matter of discretion application.
Okay. Aligned with that question is the question of notification status, and you've in your 42A at least you've added a statement about preclusion from public notification. What would be the reason for unlimited notification arising from a non-compliance with the on-site cycling and micro mobility provisions? Would the council?
Can you clarify the question? I think, Commissioner, that you said notification status. There's a general preclusion of public.
So what I'm more interested in is why that doesn't extend to a preclusion of limited notified.
That's what you didn't say that. You said the sub follow-up question is why? What's the reason for public notification?
Okay, so
it's limited.
So the first thing to note is in Rule 1 actually covers compliance with not just the cycling micromobility, but also the parking provision for on-site loading areas and for on-site loading, circulation and manoeuvring, which if that wasn't complied with could have adverse effects on adjoining sites. And so we would want the ability for limited notification to be there in any case. In terms of on-site cycle parking, I would expect that would be used less often by a consent planner, but I wouldn't put it in a unique situation. It may be relevant, particularly if an applicant is saying that we don't need to provide parking because we are relying on a third party or on a separate area to provide that parking. There may be a relevance there. That's the sort of thing where generally when writing rules, we don't want to preclude limited notification unless we're really, really sure that the effects will just be contained within the site.
Right. But you do acknowledge that there could be different reasons between that approach for trip generation versus on-site cycling and micromobility. And if the panel was of you to go down that track, would it be possible to separate out the notification statements as they relate to the different standards?
It would be a new
Mechanical
phrasing within the plan, but I don't see why not. If the only reason for becoming restricted discretionary was non-compliance with those particular standards, yes.
Okay. Final question on the cycling and micromobility matter is the provisions in clause 2 of standard 2 relating to showers and lockers and table TR 7A. Can you just remind me what the source of those standards are, particularly table 7A? I put a question to the witness earlier, and he said that he didn't think they were part of the standard, part of the guideline.
That's correct. In my 42A report, I talk about considering what Auckland and Christchurch used because they used similar standards requiring lockers and showers, and I considered in that analysis, I consider that Christchurch had quite appropriate standards that would be relevant for Wellington, but not least because it was connected to the number of long stay cycle micromobility parks required under Table 7. So we're not requiring more than what could be used by cycling. So recognition that's the main reason of requiring it here, is to be encouraging cycling micromobility use, not for other purposes. So I thought that was a useful standard and incorporated it, recommended it here.
Sure. No, thank you for that. I understand that now. I presume there's scope to include a standard.
Yes, definitely.
Yes.
There were. I could probably go back to identify which ones.
Yes. Did that scope extend to the actual standard that's prescribed in Table 7A?
I believe the standard was quite broad. Sorry, the submission was broad.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I've got your 42A here if you wanted to give me a reference.
Yes, I've got it here too. So Greater Wellington asks for a new standard linked to TRS2 and TR Table 7 for minimum end of trips. Sorry, paragraph 219.
219.
Yeah, asking for minimum end of trip showers and lockers to be provided for cycling staff.
Yes.
So that's a specific request for a new standard.
Okay, but did I hear you say that they didn't specify what that standard should be?
That's correct. They didn't request for any particular metrics, but their submission left open for me to.
And you've looked at best
it.
practice around the country.
Yes, I've looked at where they've been used elsewhere in other district plans.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Warden. That's all, sir, on micromobility for me.
Thank you. I want to start from further back.
Okay.
I was interested in this, in the sort of policy underpinning of encouragement or actually requiring provision for cycle parking against the background of the NPSUD precluding provision for car parking. And I'm thinking there seems to be a disconnect here. And so I thought, well, I would ask you, what was the policy rationale for precluding minimum car park provisions? Do you recall? Because I was reaching back trying to remember and decided that my memory wasn't very reliable sort of 4 years ago, thinking, what was the expressed rationale for precluding minimum car parking provision?
It was in the national planning standards, had a direction to that district plans could not include minimum car parking.
I think it's in the NPSUD.
Oh, sorry, my mistake. Yes.
Pull us leaving on the
Yeah.
Like it's in the NPSUD, but
Yeah.
what's the rationale that it underpins it?
The rationale why it was in the NPSUD.
Mm.
The rationale came from I guess from a few sources. One being a cost-benefit assessment done of if car parking, basically how much it would cost for additional car parks to be provided, including those where they weren't particularly wanted or needed, or would otherwise be provided by the market. And so that was a driver. I mean, this was a national direction, so I wasn't directly privy to that one myself, even when I was working at MFE. But that was a big part of it. As well, there was a big part of it, the cost benefit assessment. Another element was from more of a land and urban form argument when they looked at how cities developed where minimum standards were required and the waste of space, I suppose, of empty car parks, and saying, wouldn't it be better if people could just provide the car parks they wanted rather than having a minimum number that they may not actually need? And I mean, the effect of that, obviously, of a car park compared to a cycle park that might not be needed is 10 times greater potentially. So the effect is significant when magnified across a whole city. That's a brief summary of some of the arguments I'm aware of for that particular standard.
And that would suggest, applying the same logic, that we should be concerned about how robust the statistical underpinning for the required cycle ratios. Obviously, it's a lower cost per cycle, but essentially it's the same philosophical issue. It's if you're requiring cycle parks that aren't going to be used, then that's a problem.
I think there are echoes that kind of extend from one to the other, recognizing that there are some differences. Obviously, a big difference is the sheer size requirements for cycle parking is a lot less than car parking, and even less when you consider that many of those parks can be provided by hanging bikes, by stacking them, etc. So the amount of space lost is significantly lower. I mean, I think I said 10 times, and that's probably a reasonable. Could be even less than that. Could be even more than that. The other big factor is, again, from a going back to the urban form argument, is that cities, including Wellington City, are actively trying to encourage micromodal transport as a way for more space efficient movement through the city, more accessibility, and also in the short to medium term at least, greater carbon emission reductions. And so recognizing that having a place to put your bike is a key component of being able to use it, cities have chosen to encourage and enable perhaps more than, I guess, recognizing how long buildings are often in place for, providing enough space for that growth of cycling to occur, which we have been seeing, as I think John Lieswyn pointed out, in our cycle tracking numbers. So I think there are some relevant factors from car, which indeed that's why I've recommended a change in the city centre zone for that reason. But those other factors that I've just mentioned are also quite relevant.
I suppose you'll forgive me for observing that this is not an encouragement type position. This is a requirement, and that anyone who doesn't comply with it has to justify their non-compliance. And I'm thinking that you responded to Mr. Lewandowski's concern about the ability to predict, and I wonder if the boot's on the wrong foot, that with due respect to Mr. Lieswyn, he described it as more, well, maybe it was you commenting after him, that the underpinning's more qualitative than quantitative. You're requiring developers to justify a shift from a quantification that, with due respect, doesn't appear that robust. I think about the discussion I had with Mr. Lieswyn about retirement villages. He's relying on a survey of over 40s use of e-bikes, when the retirement village community, of course, is realistically over 70. And so I'm concerned about the robustness of the underpinning. Like, clearly the stratum evidence is helpful because that's hard data, and I think we need to understand what it's hard data of, where those apartments were that were surveyed. Like, that didn't appear to me. But, and with due respect to Mr. Lieswyn, like, there was a point where he was suggesting, well, get a survey and then double it. And that has pejorative overtones of think of a number and double it, which doesn't seem that scientific. So as I say, I have this underpinning concern that as I say, the stratum information is useful because it's quantifiable. It's actual survey of, well, how many people in those apartment blocks have bikes, and how does that relate to the number of apartments? But so that's a big philosophical question about the underpinning of this rule, and I'll throw it in the middle of the table. And if you could give me your best shot, and accepting that, having raised it, you're welcome to give me chapter and verse in reply. But that was my concern reading this material at the outset.
The quantification of demand, this I mentioned in my evidence that I haven't been able to find that analysis from a quantification point of view. Not to say it's not there, because I anticipate that there was some studies done at some point, given that there are different standards for different activities within Table 7. And I mean, retirement villages are well, that's my addition, but you know, healthcare versus industrial versus education or community, they've all got quite different requirements based on what they are. So an educational facility is one car park, one bike park per 10 students and per 10 staff members. So I'm not necessarily saying that the quantification wasn't there. It's just it wasn't in the Section 32 assessment when that was done, and I would need to go back further to see what perhaps other councils used. And so I think it's not the case that it's just that there was no consideration of the various needs of these various activities. It may have been better quantified by perhaps local examples, but if that had happened, perhaps the standards might have even been more onerous, considering, you know, perhaps if you went to Wellington High and saw how many people actually bike to school there. So it seems the standards that I have here, or that are in Table 7, seem reasonable with the amendments that I've made in terms of minimum standards for these activities. They don't seem to be overly onerous with the amount of space that they require and with the cost of actually setting it up. So even if the standards were a bit out of sync with the potential demand even in the future, the cost of providing a few extra cycle parks next to the building or whatever seems like a reasonable cost compared to the benefit of actually enabling people to cycle more. So I think that's probably as much as I could say.
I'm sorry, I've lost track of the time, and I wonder if we should call a break, coffee break, and expand this discussion, which is I find really interesting. Because after we return, I'll invite you to explain to me Table 7, which I found very confusing. But as I say, we'll break there, come back at 11:05. We'll resume the hearing. Mr. Warden, just to round that off, you've recommended a revised standard for inner city micromobility provision based on the stratum evidence. And so the question that occurred to me is that if I think of the central city versus the metropolitan centres, and even more so the local centres and neighbourhood centres, I would intuitively have thought that micromobility demand would be less, maybe it's going to vary. This goes to the point that Mr. Lieswyn said, we'll keep it simple. But I would intuitively have thought, for instance, that micromobility demand in Johnsonville would be less than the central city, rather than the reverse. And similarly, Kilbirnie, Newtown would be an exception. I think that intuitively I could envisage mobility demand, the number of bikers coming out of Newtown and into the city would be greater. Yes, I could understand that. But then I go to the Churton Park neighbourhood centre and thinking, really? And so there is an issue, as Mr. Lieswyn alluded to, about, how complex do you need to be, and how complex is it sensible to be? But at a general level, are you satisfied that there is a case for a higher standard of micromobility standard outside the central city compared to what is inside the central city?
So my assessment of this wasn't so much on whether there was more demand for cycling in the central city than elsewhere. I know that's what the submitters have raised. Stratum have indicated that they expect it, if not less, then at least because there's more ability to walk around and use buses and things, that there'd be less demand for cycling. I haven't evaluated that myself. I've noted it, but it was more in terms of the recognition that space is very limited in the city centre zone, and the cost of floor space is very high. So from an efficiency perspective, that was just a factor to bring in, considering their numbers on the potential usage of current bike parks, and making sure that there was still sufficient supply for that. So it's more on the cost rather than the benefits or demand side. Chair, if I may, I've just brought in Tom here to talk a bit about his experience of how Table 7 came to be, because that was your question before we left.
Yeah.
And I thought that would be useful. Thank you.
So it's Mr. Anderson we have to criticise for the way it's set out then.
I'm about to pass the buck on that, Mr. Commissioner, but I did have some involvement. So in terms of the structure of Table 7, it is almost a direct replica of what is found in the Auckland Unitary Plan, which is table for reference E27.6.2.5, which has a similar replica in the Christchurch District Plan, table 7.5.2.1. That's in terms of the structure of the table and what activities should be provided for, and then realigned with the zoning types that are in Wellington City. And in terms of the ratios that have been included in the table, they were provided by a traffic engineer who was consulting to Wellington City Council at the time, who reviewed and amended as they saw fit.
Who was?
Harriet Fraser.
Okay, I suppose go back to my question, Mr. Wharton, that you hadn't, so your answer is you hadn't based your position in the central city on demand per se, but more about the characteristics of but stepping back and considering demand, what's the answer? Is there a robust case for a higher standard in centres and the mixed use zone outside the CCZ compared to the CCZ?
My take on it from a planning perspective is having a standard in the plan which sets a prescribed or permitted amount of cycle parking, particularly in the central city area when each building requires a resource consent anyway, allowing scope in the policies for that to be arguments appropriately put forward through that consent application is the appropriate way to do it. In terms of the question, the demand-related question, I don't think I've got I don't have the technical skill set to answer that. I think that needs to be a fine-grained analysis undertaken from a traffic engineer familiar with that level of demand.
Just to add to that, Chair, I can reach out to Harriet Fraser and see if she'd be willing to provide a statement of evidence for you on how she sourced those particular numbers in Table 7, which could relate, particularly in relation to demand, if that would help.
I think I need to consult my colleagues in that. Yes, it would help, given that it would scratch my particular itch, to coin a phrase, but I'm concerned about natural justice considerations vis-a-vis Stratum. He's taken the council's case at face value, provided evidence responding to it, and so that is troubling me, and I wonder if we could put a pause on that suggestion. Like, it would be immensely helpful for my understanding of where all these, but I need to think about how we manage the process so it remains fair to Stratum in particular, who's played the game by the rules that we established at the outset. So, and it may be that we discuss this with Stratum. And where is Ms. Fraser? Is she still around, or has she done a runner somewhere exotic?
I'm in mediation with her in Palmerston North next week.
Well, Palmerston North is pretty exotic. So she is, to the extent that anyone in the vicinity is readily available, she is available, because I am mulling over in my mind the possibility, and as I need to discuss it with my colleagues, if Ms. Fraser is around and is able to give that evidence, give us a basis of then directing her to conference with Mr. Clark, given that if hers is the evidence that underpins these ratios, or not the evidence, hers is the knowledge and an opinion that underpins these ratios, then, because the other problem I have, of course, is that Stratum's interest is solely about the inner city, and as I've just indicated, the concern I have in part is that you've responded to that evidence, and entirely appropriately, by taking stock of your position and shifting in relation to the inner city, which addresses, which then creates to me a consistency issue, and where that takes us. So, as I say, that's a long way around to say I need to think about it, need to talk to my colleagues. I am genuinely interested in getting more information from Ms. Fraser, but it's a ways and means issue.
Two comments to add, Chair, through you. Firstly, that for the other standards in Table 7, there were a number of submitters who supported that generally, from Greater Wellington, Ministry of Education, Restaurant Brands, Foodstuffs, Woolworths, Pahi Karapi, Ki Pōneku, etc. It was the only ones that were opposed were from Stratum and also from the retirement villages.
So there is a scope issue overlaying this as well. That's the punchline.
So Stratum submission did ask to remove bicycle and mobility parking requirements generally due to extra cost and affordability. However, in their further evidence, they do seem to limit that now to the city centre zone. In terms of what they're most concerned about.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. So in scope terms, there's probably scope to change it, but there's no evidence.
I just wanted to point out that exactly. the number of submitters who oppose those that are quite limited as opposed to those that generally supported those ratios. Yeah.
Okay, so I think that
and the other thing, just to note through your chair, is that in my evidence, I phrased it as a key question the panel may wish to consider is whether requiring one cycle micro-mobility park per residential unit is an efficient way to achieve these objectives. You are within the scope of my evidence, you're more than able to say, yes, we think that is entirely appropriate.
Indeed.
Especially after you hear from Stratum, it's not a one-way thing.
So okay, well, we'll hold that there. Now, can you explain to me Table 7? With due respect to the authors of the Christchurch and Auckland plan, I found it immensely difficult to follow this. First of all, am I correct in understanding that this table only applies to the city centre, basically the centres zones and the mixed use zone?
No. The first row just says for those centres and for those zones that the short stay was nil. There is an amendment to that, so it's separate from the rest of those activities which aren't specific to zones.
So does that mean, so the next line is commercial activity. Does that mean commercial activity in those zones, or does that mean commercial activity anywhere within the plan?
It means
anywhere within the city.
Anywhere within the city for the, yes. Although that's just for, we're just recognising that for short stay, if the commercial activity is in the city centre, metropolitan, local centre, neighbourhood centre, mixed use zones, that car parking isn't, sorry, that I keep saying car parking, cycle parking isn't required with my amendment, if that makes sense. And that's because short stay is generally going to be enabled through on-street cycle parking as opposed to on-site.
So the other tables on the plan, the left margin, the far left margin is the zones in which it applies. Should there be another column alongside commercial activity that says all zones?
That could make things clearer. We just have to make sure it was for the long stay column.
But because your answer is not how I had read this table, because every other table that I've seen in this plan, if it lists the zones, those are the zones to which the activity applies. And effectively, you're saying that for below the list of zones, all of the other, the commercial zone, community facility, educational facility, they should all say all zones. Is that correct?
Yes, the standards apply to all zones except as specified in that first row. If it helps, I'm happy in my word of reply to look at a way to make the table a bit clearer in that regard.
I think that that would be helpful because as I say, it wasn't how I had read the table. So maybe that's just me, but it's not. But I think that I was influenced by the fact of the other tables I'd seen in the plan. So the other thing that occurred to me is if that is the case, the residential component, minimum one per residential unit. I'm thinking of, and the requirement that they can't be within the residential unit. Thinking about the consistency with the council's decisions that there is no mandatory front or side yard for residential units. So where are they going to go? Where are you going to put them?
In the case of townhouses right up against with no front and side yard, then the storage would need to be at the rear. So taken through the house and then parked at the rear. Either in a shed, a garage, well, not a garage, I guess in this case. Well, it could be a garage if there's access from the street. But otherwise, yeah, wheeled through the house and parked next to the house at the back.
Okay. That was what I had on micromobility. Commissioner Black, anything for you?
Mostly the fundamental questions are covered. I had a couple of really minor editorial things that were left. And one of the was actually about all the tables that I just think they need somebody with graphic experience on them. They're really hard to read, not just planning reasons, but 9 as well. I mean, they're just graphically lines don't line up, and it's hard because the standard doesn't stand out because the table's so large as well. It's almost like you need the standards and all the tables at the back or something. That might not work, but somebody needs to look at how that's all from a user's point of view, how it's all going to hang together.
Yeah.
I found it really hard.
That's last point of yours, Ms. Black, was how both Huts, that last point of yours with the tables in the back is how both Hutt City Council and Christchurch City Council have chosen to present.
So all the standards
the
and then the
equivalent
tables at the back.
Yes.
I kind of think it's easier to follow. You want to go straight to the standard, and you've got to wade through all of the.
Yeah.
Admittedly, it's all in red and black at the moment. It might help, but.
No.
The structure of the plan is in table form anyway, when you've got your rules and your standards, but then you suddenly get into this complicated tabular form, which should be separate, I think. Anyway.
So to clarify, Commissioner Beck, you prefer having all the tables at the end?
It was a suggestion, if that improves readability and usability, then I don't know.
I think the suggestion would be, can you, or the request is, can you think about whether the readability of those standards could be improved? One method might be to put them in the back. I don't think that the panel will die in a ditch about where things go in the plan, but we're interested in readability and understandability generally, and I think that these tables need some work, basically, is the message.
One really important point. In one of your notes on table 7 at the bottom, it's got where the calculation of required parking spaces results in a fractional space. The fraction must be rounded up or down to the nearest full space. And I struggle with that because I think it should be whole. If you're talking fractions and numbers, a whole number. I just thought full, what was the car park full? Sort of, it didn't kind of work, but there you go. Obviously, I had too much time on my hands or something, but it did stand out to me.
Mr. Pavara, anything from you?
Nothing to do.
Any follow-ups, Commissioner McMahon?
Yeah, 2. I still have this residual concern about what table 7 does apply to in terms of the zones. So for me, I think I need some more evidence on that in the reply, because this was an issue that cropped up with the view shafts chapter, and that resulted in the council lodging a significant submission seeking changes to the view shaft chapter to make it clear what zones the rules applied to. And it's not clear from a reading of table 7. In fact, table 7 would suggest that the standards relate only to the 4 zones or 5 zones that are prescribed. So, and from your answers, that wasn't the intention. So I think I need some further analysis of that in the writer reply. This second issue, and it relates to this question of what underpinned table 7, and as the chair indicated, there's something the panel's going to discuss in terms of whether we'd benefit from something from Ms. Fraser and perhaps some conferencing between Ms. Fraser and Mr. Clark. But before we go there, does the section 32 assist in any way in terms of sourcing or acknowledging the source of the table? Mr. Wharton or Mr. Anderson, do you happen to know?
My recollection is it does.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So it's not silent on the matter.
It's not.
Okay.
Okay, I think
Yeah, there's no yeah, that's fine.
so. That's a little bit of evening reading for us all.
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon, what's the next
The
major
next
topic on your list?
is the whole issue of integrated transport assessments and the metrics, the issue of should they apply to service stations, whether the metric is at the right level, and the issue of notification, or public notification versus limited notification. On the first one is one that was raised by the fuel companies. I think Ms. McPherson raised it, and that was about whether the trip generation rule would trigger changes on an existing service station. And you've covered that in your paragraph 24. Also, I wondered whether the solution or the matter that was put to you by the chair, Mr. Wharton, about focusing on not necessarily the activity, but the generation associated might be an elegant solution to that.
Yes, I thought the same thing.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay. And you'll come back to us with some wording on that.
Correct.
Yeah, and we'll share that with the fuel companies too to see whether that assists. Next issue is why service stations are singled out in TR2, and this whole issue of destination versus passing traffic. And I guess I attempted to thresh that out with Ms. Wood earlier. Not sure I got the answer I was looking for, but is there anything you wanted to add in that respect?
Not really beyond my written evidence, in that it's not primarily about the total number of vehicles on the roads in the city. It's more about their effects on safety, efficientness, and access, as well as their capacity in the nearby area.
Yeah. So that's what I was trying to sort of discuss with Ms. Wood about if you got the standards right relating to our access ways, their dimensions, their width, their distances from intersections, and the interdistance between different access ways, why isn't that sufficient in itself?
Two factors. One is that a lot of those standards are for on-site manoeuvring and parking, and the integrated transport assessment is about also integrating that to the connection to the road and other users of the road at that time. And oftentimes it's hard to actually put that in a standard. So being able to have a separate assessment where you actually able to look at the nuances of the site and the activity are quite important. And Ms. Wood actually gave an example of that with, she said, in service stations often having large truck trailer units or tankers coming in, or big queues. They may only be a traffic movement, and they may technically, meet a manoeuvring standard, but they may be causing other issues both within and outside the site. So just recognizing the type of activities that drive-through and service stations are, it's very useful to have that extra matter of assessment when looking at a resource consent.
Okay. And did anyone want to come in to that point?
One question only about the metrics, and Ms. Wood addressed this in part, really about the comparison or the justification for a much higher standard than other local authorities. And I read your comment in your rebuttal that you consider the more complex and congested road environment is a reason, and Ms. Wood gave some additional commentary. Based on my lay understanding of the relevant environments, obviously Commissioner McMahon understands Christchurch infinitely better than I do, but I can understand that there are the wide Christchurch boulevards lend themselves to a higher standard. But anyone who's ever been near the Auckland Isthmus knows that traffic congestion is diabolical. The roads may be wider, but there are a lot more cars on them. And so I wondered about the sort of saying Wellington is more complex and congested compared to Auckland. I wondered about the validity of that comparison. The complex maybe, but congested, not so sure about that.
Maybe for Tom to contribute anything in terms of where he's familiar with the 200. In terms of my response and my evidence, I think the core of it is that there isn't consistency between councils about what that threshold is, which may indicate the degree of control that councils want to retain over the effects of new activities on their local transport networks and their local conditions. And Ms. Wood, kind of representing the transport engineers, said that 200 for Wellington City is an appropriate standard given the complexities that they have to deal with, and so I have supported that.
I have nothing further to add other than it's based on traffic engineering standards rather than or traffic engineers' advice rather as opposed to a planning matter.
Anything else, commissioners, on this topic? No. One follow-up?
I've got one follow-up. One of the softening blows that you've sort of indicated, Mr. Wharton, is in your paragraph 10, where it relates to residential units, where the 10 vehicle movements per day might, per unit per day might soften the figure. Is there, that's what I think you were suggesting. Yes, paragraph 36 of your supplementary. Notwithstanding that it's 200, you're saying that, particularly in relation to Kaingaroa is concerned, that the 10 vehicle minutes per unit per day might be something that might assist in the palatability of that standard. Is it possible to have a similar approach to non-residential development in terms of that sort of approach?
So, Commissioner, so this is something that I've confirmed with the traffic engineer, that it's something that they're able to do, and so I don't want to speak for Ms. Wood, but I assume that if a non-residential activity also generated fewer traffic movements than what their car parks would indicate, I assume that would be part of the assessment. I think that's the intent of an integrated traffic assessment, is to pull this out and allow council to consider it.
So that was the intent of that advice note, if you like, and at the bottom of table, so standard 1.
Is just that TRP1, as matters of discretion, provides some flexibility depending on the development. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Up to the next topic, Commissioner.
Okay.
Please, I certainly can't recall what it is, so you'll have to tell me.
Well, have we dealt with the high traffic generation metric itself? Because that comes up again later in relation to the evidence from Ms. Taylor and Mr. Lindenberg for quite.
I think if you've got any questions, then
I
hit that out.
I guess the only other question I've got is in relation to the preclusion of notification, and you're correcting paragraph 28, Ms. McPherson's understanding. This is in your rebuttal. you're saying that your report only recommended including public notification, not limited notification. What was Ms. McPherson's client actually seeking limited notification as well?
I'll need to take a few minutes to look back at their submission.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that takes us on to the rules enabling electric vehicle charging stations, which I don't have any particular questions on, sir.
Likewise, any questions on EVs? Done that.
That then takes us on to the trip regeneration for the South Coast precinct, which Mr. Wharton has agreed with in terms of the carve out. And then there's the exclusion of airport activities from the minimum cycling parking spaces, where you are not aligned with Ms. Sullivan's suggestion to add the advisory note.
So what was that point?
Paragraph
please?
33 of the rebuttal. This is exclusion of airport activities from the minimum cycling and micro mobility parking space standard.
Okay.
We can take that up with Mrs. Sullivan. And then I think that takes us to Kiwi Rail at paragraphs 47, 48. And I think there's a reasonable degree of alignment between the planning witness or the corporate witness for Kiwi Rail, Ms. Grindlington Hancock, and yourself. I couldn't see any matters that were still. Oh, it was again the public notification from the transport rules that
Just on that, Commissioner, I've just checked the submission from the fuel companies and I don't see a request to remove limited notification.
so you were just correcting an assumption that it was made.
I just saw that statement in her evidence and I probably just a minor error, but I just wanted to make sure that the panel was clear that I wasn't actually supporting removing all notification. That's all.
Yep. Okay. Well, I don't have any further questions on the Kiwi Rail matters.
So that's it from your point of view.
From my point of view, yeah.
I'll just check my notes on your 42A report. See. Sort of a question of waiting. In paragraph 97, you reference NPSUD policy 11 strongly encourages traffic parking management plans instead of PDP provisions. And I was left thinking, obviously, the NPSUD can strongly discourage car parking provisions in PDP, but what weight can it have in relation to the council's discretions using other statutory powers? Like, I suppose, presumably, if the quid pro quo was, if it's not in the plan, where is it? You might need to be satisfied with that. But beyond that, can the NPSUD play any role in the council's exercise of its responsibilities under, for instance, the Land Transport Act?
I expect a lawyer would have an answer to that. I could just give a planning.
I can give you my answer, but that's not appropriate.
Yeah, I can give you a planning answer, and it's that councils take seriously the encouragement statements that are in the national direction, but it can be a bit of an issue when it comes to actually funding or enforcing it. I'm just thinking on a different situation in relation to also in the MPS where we're required to provide for sufficient residential development capacity, and that's defined as both district plan provisions, but also three water servicing. And while there are obligations from a district planning point of view, there's less so if a long-term plan doesn't provide sufficient funding, and it's just, well, you should say why not. And so in practice, it's been more difficult for councils to actually have to give proper effect to that, because as you point out, there's not that legal underpinning for it.
And there's certainly not any money.
That's the
Um,
problem. In practice with this one, however, I should note that Wellington City is applying comprehensive parking management plans as a method, particularly most recently in Newtown, where they've recognised that there's large numbers of new developments happening. There's a lot of competition for limited parking spaces on road, and so that supply and demand is being managed through comprehensive parking management plans.
Paragraph 149. Was a bit puzzled. Are you saying that there are rapid transit modes other than buses and trains? And if so, what are they?
Yes. So people have different understandings of what a train is and what a bus is. There are things called, what are they called? They're like buses, but they and they've got rubber wheels, but they follow a line on, not trams, because they're not on steel rings, but they're on like a concrete pad. It's and Brisbane has one too.
So what you mean is those sort of hybrid vehicles that don't precisely correspond with buses and don't precisely, but somewhere in between. Yeah,
there's a few interesting things going on. I mean, another one is, as well as monorail would be one. Also, a gondola. There are gondolas around the world that would be rapid transit because of the sheer number of people that they can move. Neither of which have gone beyond any preliminary assessment for Wellington. But yes, there are other modes aside from just buses and trains, which are actively being considered.
But in the Wellington context, it's pretty theoretical.
Trackless. Yes, you're right. Trackless trams is what I think that is a title. Trackless trams, but they are kind of a mix between a train and a bus, and they were actively considered for Wellington, and in fact might still be, in terms of the connection that's being considered from the railway station down to Newtown into the airport.
Now that it's been opened back up again.
Now that the government said no to light rail and yes to bus priority, so exactly what that means is still we'll wait and see. The point being is that there are new innovations and transport modes that come out. Yes.
Point about how the version is framed. I was looking at objective 1. And you're responding at the top of your paragraph 31, saying you don't support Ministry of Education. I wondered. that the I wondered about 0.5. You're saying safe and functional on-site parking, among other things, is provided, which is of course inconsistent with policy 11, which directs you can't require a policy 11 of the NPSUD. I think what you mean, or what is meant, is where it is provided, it is safe and functional. And I wondered whether it should say that. That the others, and maybe the way to do it is to split it into two. Say where on-site parking is provided, it is safe and functional, and then 5B, loading, access and manoeuvring is provided on-site as required, or something like that. So that's just a suggestion, but as I say, I think there is an issue with inconsistency with policy 11, the way that is currently framed.
Sorry, policy 11 in which chapter?
Of the NPSUD.
Of NPSUD, okay.
Precluding minimum car parking requirements.
Ah, yes. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I understand. Thank you.
So, as I say, my understanding of what you intend is where it's provided, it's safe and functional, because you can't require that it's provided. But at the moment, the objective appears to say that to be seeking that on-site parking is provided.
It seems like a reasonable correction.
Paragraph 180, you said addressing the policy 3, you're saying you consider the word effective is tied to operational needs, and which makes an appropriate word to use. But I see that Appendix 1, it's deleted and substituted safe and functional. So I wondered about where that had come from, because you seem to be recommending keep it, but you've actually deleted it.
Right, I have to look at that again.
So that, as I say, that may be just something you need to look at and think about. Paragraph 198. I was a bit puzzled by your logic. You're saying that maximum gradient of setting a maximum gradient of 50% doesn't account for steepness of access ways, and ramp might need to follow stairs. But you say that standard staircases are 30%. So how steep can stairs be in practice? Like, I suppose there could be a ladder. But in reality, you say standard stairs are 30%, 30 to 35%. How steep can stairs get?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. I would need a bit of research on that.
Like as I say,
Mm.
I didn't understand the logic of your response to this submission, and maybe rather than that, it just needs a bit of re-expression so that we understand, or that I understand it at least. I was wondering if you just ask you to think about it. Think about what is the message. Last point. And this is your recommendation of 274 about showers and lockers. Wondered if there was a verb missing. Say provide parking for cycles and micromobility devices that are sheltered, convenient, and secure, comma, and end of use showers and lockers for staff. Should it be are provided? Or because the initial verb doesn't seem to apply to the second half of the clause.
The intent is that the word provide also is carried on after the comma and.
I think
It's
the comma means that it wouldn't normally be assumed to do so. So it just needs a bit of pushing around, I think, to be clear, to say clearly what you mean. That was all I had, Mr. Black, Mr. Murray. Any final questions, Mr. McMahon? Well, only remains to thank you, Mr. Wharton. That's a very, if I might say, that's a well-written 42A report addressing a series of complex issues, and it's very helpful. And as I say, we need to figure out what we're going to do about whether we ask you to provide something from Ms. Fraser. I suppose I should ask you on a contingent basis. If we say yes, presumably you've got no idea when she would be able to provide that at the moment.
No,
and no ability to volunteer what she might do.
You may want to phrase it as if available, and you may also want to determine the scope to which she gives you advice.
Yes, indeed.
Perhaps for particular questions rather than what's the underlying basis for the entire table. Do you want a suggestion?
Well, yes, I don't think we want a tome, and it may be that we'll think about how we frame it. Like any respectable engineer, she will of course want a brief as to what she has to address, And so we'll think about that. In parallel, could you please investigate, in general terms, is she available? Does she have capacity at the moment? Are we talking about an extended process? Obviously, and if I haven't looked at the schedule, I'm not sure when we're scheduled to hear from Stratum. Can you tell me that?
Wednesday morning. Thursday morning, sorry, 9 a.m.
Thursday morning. Okay.
First up.
Well, I wonder if you could find that out in very general terms. Is she around and available? Accepting that she will want to know what the brief is before committing. But if she is snowed under and won't be able to do anything for a month, then the earlier we know that, better. But if we were able to know and have a more positive message by Thursday morning, we could have a more productive discussion with the Stratum team. I think that might be it. Unless there's anything you want to add, or Mr. Anderson has to contribute on these issues.
Not from me. Thank you, Chair. And
Thank you.
And Commissioners.
Well, should we move to renewable electricity generation? Well, if you'd like a 5-minute pit stop, well, that's fine. Like, we've got the rest of the day, so, and I'm sure we're not going to need it. So let's adjourn. We'll restart at 12:15. All right, Joe. The Commissioner's just alerted me of the fact that we've got a lunch break at 12:30. So why don't we just have a break for an early lunch, and we'll restart at 1.
Yeah.
We'll resume the Stream 9 hearing. We're here with Mr. Jeffries to talk about renewable electricity generation. Mr. Jeffries, we have your evidence, both the 42A report and your rebuttal evidence, which we've read. How would you like to proceed?
Thank you. I would like to just read out a summary of some key points, and then I'm happy to take questions.
Are you going to give us a copy of the summary
In
the fullness of time?
Yeah, in the fullness of time, it just reiterates some key points.
Yeah, so I just want to know whether I've got to write it down.
Yeah. No, there's no new material in there, but I've just pulled together a few things.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So my name is Joe Jeffries. I'm a principal planner at Wellington City Council and the reporting officer for the renewable electricity generation topic, which we'll call REG to save some time. The key issues for the REG topic, as set out in my Section 42A report, firstly, the extent to which the REG chapter of the proposed plan properly gives effect to the National Policy Statement for Renewable Electricity Generation. Now, this national policy requires district plans to provide for the development and upgrading of renewable electricity generation activities. Second key issue is whether the REG chapter appropriately balances the protection of natural and coastal values with the provision of renewable electricity generation. The REG chapter is self-contained within the PDP, which means it needs to address all relevant matters of other district plan chapters within its provisions, including the protection of natural and coastal values. And the third key issue I've identified is the extent to which the REG chapter makes appropriate trade-offs and reconciles conflicting national policy direction between the National Policy Statement for Renewable Electricity, the National Policy for Indigenous Biodiversity, and the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. So just outline that there is some tension between these national policies, and the competing direction has not been fully reconciled at a national level. So the NPS for renewable electricity mentions the potential conflict, but does not provide direction to resolve it. The NPS for Indigenous biodiversity states that nothing in this national policy statement applies to renewable electricity generation. So it does provide a carve out and a clue to the perhaps a hierarchy between these policies. And the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement does not mention other national policies, but acknowledges the potential of renewable resources in the coastal environment. So in the Section 42A report, I recommend a number of changes in response to submitters, changes to the provisions. So key among these, the first is deleting Policy 8, which is a policy that addresses upgrading of existing large-scale REG activities, and amending Policy 9, so it applies to all large-scale REG activities, including upgrading. So these amendments address the duplication between Policy 8 and Policy 9 and the overlap with Policy 11, and it addresses the insufficient recognition of natural and coastal environmental values in the notified version of Policy 8. So a second key change in my Section 42A report is I recommend inserting a new policy, which calling PX for now. So this policy addresses large-scale REG activities within overlays, and related to this, I recommend amending Policy 10 to remove the outright avoidance policy in overlay areas. Now, these changes are for consistency with the national policy for renewable electricity and consistency with the discretionary activity status for large-scale REG activities under the Section 42A version of Rule 6. So moving to that amendment, I recommend amending Rule 6 to provide a discretionary activity status for large-scale REG activities in all areas of the general rural zone, including specified overlay areas. So that's a change from non-complying as notified. There are a series of other changes. Those were just the key ones in my Section 42A report. A number of those changes are just for clarity and do not change the intent or the effect of the provisions. My statement of rebuttal responds to the evidence of Christine Foster provided on behalf of Meridian Energy. Ms. Foster's evidence supports a number of the recommendations contained in my Section 42A report, including the introduction of a new Policy X and the related amendments to Policy 10. Ms. Foster's evidence contains 7 points of disagreement with my Section 42A report, and I have recommended changes to 3 of those provisions, which narrows it down to 4. So the 3 changes I've recommended through rebuttal are a minor change to the wind farm definition, an additional change to Standard 8 to delete the size limitation for solar panels, and I'm returning Standard 11 to the notified version, which requires a wind turbine to not exceed the existing height by more than 10% for RD upgrading activities. That's a change from the 5% that I'd recommended in the Section 42A. So with these 3 changes, that leaves 4 remaining points of contention between myself and Ms. Foster, and these are related to Policy 7, Policy 8, Rule 5 and Rule 6. For these 4 provisions, I stand by my Section 42A recommendations, and I provide further discussion on these points in the rebuttal statement. I note that Appendix 1 of my rebuttal statement contains the most up-to-date and complete version of my recommended amendments, including both the Section 42A and rebuttal changes. So that's my summary, so I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Black, would you like to go first?
Thank you. That was a good summary. I'd like to just start with the your supplementary evidence, just to cover off some of the things, so we get to those remaining things, and then some questions in your main report as well. So
Yep.
I'm sure the others do as well. Yeah, appreciate the definition of wind farm, understand that why that happened. You know, the P8, P9, P11 reshuffle.
Yep.
I think that's much more helpful, and it's really much clearer. I did wonder whether you considered including the word upgrading in the titles, because you've combined upgrading and new.
Yeah.
But it doesn't actually.
Yeah, that perhaps could be made
I
clearer.
just think it was helpful because it was addressing that issue, wasn't it? It was combining them.
Yes, that's right.
So whether you, here I've got it in front of me.
So P9.
P9 is, yes. So your intention is that is all large scale renewable electricity.
Yes, that's right. So it would cover
It's new and
and
upgraded.
existing.
Yeah.
And yeah, perhaps you're right that that could be made a bit clearer.
Yeah, given that was the issue that was sort of part of the issue that was being addressed, I'd have thought new and upgrading. I don't.
Yeah, I will have another look at that.
Yeah.
Whether it's in the title or in the first sentence, perhaps it could
Yes,
make that a
and
bit
that
more
applied
explicit.
then to the new policy as well.
That's right. Yeah, because both
Yeah.
they're a couple.
I just think anything that adds clarity
Yep.
is helpful, and that was my point on that one. I think that's clear. There's an issue. Oh, there is an issue at your point 26. It must, and I'm sure she'll address this, that there was an amendment sought, but it was outside of scope.
Is that paragraph 26 of the
Yes.
title?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll just bring that up.
Her amendments differed from the amendments sought by the submission, and she recommended deletion of clause 1, the notified version.
Yeah, they did appear to me to be a difference between
Yeah.
what Ms. Foster's recommending in evidence and what's in the Meridian submission. I don't know if that was intentional or not.
No, we'll leave that to clarify with her, I think.
Yeah.
Because I'm not quite sure where that was going to with that one. Yes, and then this outstanding matter of P7 of really the policy really setting the scene for the activity status of provide for, where it's provided for, only allow where it is of the more stringent category of activity.
That's right.
And that seemed, that's, yeah, and that seems consistent with the approach of the plan generally to me.
That's right. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. It is consistent language has been
Yeah.
used, and that's the reference to the style guide there as achieving consistency across the proposed.
Yes, I
plan.
didn't think it was so much a matter of style guide as that's how it sets that scene for how you're going to deal with the whole status of it. There's another one. This whole matter of whether you have standard 9 and standard 10. Ms. Foster thinks you don't need reference to S9 and S10.
Oh, the
When
noise
you're talking
standards.
about in Reg 5. Reg 5, she requested the deletion of the requirement to comply with the noise standards S9 and S10.
Yes.
Maybe that's a question. I mean, your view on it is it needs to be in the plan to be
Yes.
specific. It's not sufficient just to rely on policies to deal with that.
Yes, I believe so. Ms. Foster's point is that S9 and S10 repeat some of the contents of that
Standard?
of the standard, the NZS. I forget the number.
6508.
Yeah.
6808.
Yeah, but they do. I think even though there is a small amount of duplication, I'd see little downside to that, and it does add some clarity. And having it as standards also brings in associated assessment criteria.
Yes.
While you're doing that, I was going to ask you a question about that. I was looking at the other way and saying, if you have S9 and S10, do you need a reference to the standard? Is there anything in the standard that isn't in S9 and S10? And if so, what is it?
I'm not a noise expert, but I have had some discussions with our noise experts on this. There is other matters in there, but to give you a more detailed answer, I would, like to seek a response from them.
Well, I wonder if I could ask you in reply if you could, like, we're not interested in anything immaterial, but if there is something substantive in the standard that isn't in the NZS standard that isn't in S9 and S10, could you tell us what it is? And similarly, if there isn't anything substantive, do we need the reference to NZS?
Yep. And my understanding as a non-expert is that there are matters in there that are relevant. But I will.
I think like
A layperson's reading of that might support that. I think, Mr. Jeffries, I mean, clause 2 of S9 and clause 2 of S10 consider that, would suggest that the methodology for undertaking the assessments is prescribed in the standard and not repeated in the standard. It's described in the NZS standard, but is not outlined in S9 or S10. So
yes, that's right. Yeah, that's
So-
my understanding, that there is a methodology.
and so
so it's yeah. So if the difference, if what is it being added is the methodology, then maybe it's as simple as making that clear. Assess it in accordance with the methodology prescribed in, sort of thing.
yes. I'm more interested in clause 1 of both of those standards. Sorry to jump in, Jane.
Where are you going with it?
On S9 and S10.
Yep, gotcha.
Clause 1 sort of paraphrases the standard, and I just wonder whether there's a potential danger with that, particularly if it hasn't correctly captured all aspects of the metrics in the standard. And would it not be simpler just to refer to the standard and let the standard do what's become a cliche, the heavy lifting?
I understand that the wording is in S9 is similar, if not identical, to what is in the standard. And I did discuss this with our noise experts. They didn't see there was any discrepancy between them. But yes, I can follow up on that and reply and perhaps get input from the noise experts.
Yeah. Who would that be?
Matthew Borich.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Apologies, Commissioner
No.
Blake.
Nani. Just back to that, well, sort of in the discussion under R6, where Ms. Foster wanted deletion of the non-complying clause. In your paragraph 43, you say it's appropriate for large-scale activities that don't comply with 6.1. I just wanted you to expand on that. Why, when her view is that it could all be dealt with through a discretionary, because you have the standards there. Why do you think there should be a non-complying?
Yeah, that is her position, that it could be addressed as a discretionary activity, and that there's sufficient scope there to consider all relevant matters. My view is that there is value in a non-complying status. It sends a signal that these are that's a hard. There should be a difficult or an onerous pathway there for those activities that breach the standard. I think it would be an unusual circumstance where perhaps that would be consented. So I think the non-complying is appropriate.
Because there are circumstances that just beyond the activities that will go beyond being able to be considered as a discretionary, not
That's my view.
the standard.
Yeah.
With the rest of the plan, but you need that category. It all could have. You don't think that everything could be dealt with as a discretionary. You think there is that you need that extra path.
Yeah, I mean, it could be functional how she is proposing. It could be discretionary, but I think that non-complying does send a signal, and I think it would be a rare circumstance where a large-scale rig activity that does not comply with these standards is something that would be acceptable. So I think that the non-complying activity status reflects that.
In effect, you're saying you're giving greater direction that compliance with those standards is really important, and you'd better have a really good reason if you're not going to comply with them.
That's right.
Thank you. I'll get that clear. My next standard 8, which is in relation to the solar panels, where you had 150 square meters area on it.
Yes.
And you're suggesting your recommendation is to remove it. Do you know where that 150 square meters came from?
I was unable to find anything that would form a basis for that. So I understand Porirua has a similar standard, but I don't think there's any scientific reason for it. It's somewhat of an arbitrary figure, and I guess district plan standards often are somewhat arbitrary, or they're a point on a spectrum where there'll be different effects on either side of it, different costs, and but I couldn't find a single point that would be appropriate in all circumstances, and this is not a permitted standard, so I think you have discretion to consider this. It's only going to be for an RD or D, so there is scope to consider the scale of the panel. So I don't think it's necessary to specify a size standard, and I don't think there is a size standard that would be relevant in all cases.
But 1500 was too big.
Yeah, I think it could
So,
be
you
too
know,
big in
sort of-
some zones, perhaps. Yeah, perhaps it could be appropriate in an
Yeah.
industrial zone, but not in a residential. 150 does seem small.
In the 150 square meters obviously was a sort of a way of controlling the effects of visual, etc. So you've taken that out and you're suggesting that you put in consideration of landscape, visual amenity back into the policy, was it?
Yes, into
Uh,
the rule,
into the rule, which was,
rule 4.
oh, there we are, rule 4, yeah.
So I've
So
added to
scale,
the,
form and location.
yeah, to ensure there's discretion over those matters.
So, okay. Then a question in there, when it citing design, color finish, number of panels, and what do you mean by ancillary buildings or structures? I mean, what are they? So perhaps I don't understand what extra buildings are with solar panels. So what would that be expected to cover? Can you give me a picture of that?
I have taken this wording from one of the other rules. So I did just copy that over.
Do they come with extra buildings and structures?
They probably need a transformer.
Yeah, there could be.
Because they'll be getting,
They've got to store it somewhere, don't they?
well,
Yeah.
they've got a transformer to a voltage for supply to the net, to either to the local network or to the grid. So there'll be a transformer somewhere in the facility, getting the electricity off each panel.
Right.
And
Yeah, so that could be in a box type thing.
well, it could be a big box, but yeah.
Well, yeah.
Each
How
turbine.
big's it?
Each turbine has one.
Was that?
Each turbine.
Yeah.
Has a box.
Well, each
Structure.
Solar panel. in this
solar
case.
panel has
Yeah.
one.
Each solar panel has
I think so.
A
Oh, not each solar panel, but
each
grouping.
setup has a box.
Yeah.
And it's big, small. I mean, is it relative? Is the size of these ancillary structures proportional to the size of the panels, or is there? Just wondering what the scale. You know, having taken a dimension off it. What's the?
Well, there's still discretion over that,
Yeah.
but there's just not a specific size specified.
Okay. And you're happy that that is sufficient to address the concerns that perhaps would have been addressed by having a dimension on it?
Yes, I am. Just
Yeah.
yeah, and again, it's not a permitted standard. It applies only to an RD rule, so
Yeah.
it's not a circumstance where you're providing a minimum for things that aren't going to be consented. These are all going to be going through a consent process.
Okay. Better where you've gone back to what you had at 10%. For the increase in, for S11, the increase in height,
Yes.
what the existing height by more than 10%. Must have been an interesting site visit.
Yes, it was. Yes.
It's the sheer scale of the.
Where did you go up to Macra?
To Macra, to Westwind, and I was taken by Meridian through the site. And yeah, it's always useful to see things on the ground, and it did change my impression somewhat. And also, yeah, I found Ms. Foster's reasoning convincing on this, and the change I had made, I think, was a close call to change that to 5%. I had initially found that a convincing argument, but yeah, on further thought and taking those other factors into account, the 10% did seem appropriate to me.
Yeah, and her view is they're likely to exceed 10% anyway.
At least for Meridian.
For Meridian, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
for
seems that the
Meridian, yeah.
direction these things are going in is they're going to be a lot larger than the existing ones, which
Yes.
is,
Current standard's 190, 200 metres.
that would be a really large one. Yeah.
200.
190 to 200.
That could be, yeah, in the extreme end, which would be well in excess of this. So it would change the activity status in that case. But yeah, Ms. Foster's point is that most upgrades are going to exceed 10% in any case. So this isn't going to be relevant in those cases, but it could kind of inform that assessment or perhaps act as an anchor on expectations, I think, yeah.
My question about that was going to be, well, you said it's going to be imperceptible. And so my question was going to be, are either you or Ms. Foster qualified to form an opinion on the visibility of 10% versus 5% versus 15%? I'm not saying you're wrong, but are you qualified to give that opinion?
Well, I'm not that specific part. It's not a comment in an expert capacity, but I think a regular understanding of things is relevant as far as I can provide that. Yeah, that's my impression. That's all it is, an impression, and it's not based on expertise in this area. But I think it is relevant how perhaps a regular person would perceive these things.
I was going, do you have any more on this? I was going to just go back through the 42A. I had just a few points. Anyone else got anything? Minor points.
Well, I have a big picture question about what you've done with the policies. It makes it a lot simpler, I agree. In the Wellington context, putting solar panels aside as a potential new entrant, at least as regards wind turbines, it would seem to be much more likely that there will be an upgrade of Makara and or Westwood and or Mill Creek than that a new wind farm would be consented. That's just basically on the sense of where would you put it. Yeah. But in general terms, there is a logic that suggests that upgrades should be preferred to new installations, because basically you're building on an existing level of effect as opposed to a greenfield situation. Are those turbines on the hill 120 metres or is it 113? I've forgotten.
It's somewhere around there, perhaps 110 or 20 with the blade.
Yeah, with the top of the blade tip.
Yeah, the centre point of the turbine is much,
I think, 80.
That. It's 70, 80 or something like that.
Yeah, but as a general philosophical issue, you've said the premise underlying your recommendation is the effects are the same, and I'm wondering whether that's the case, that certainly the cumulative effects are the same, but if you're talking an incremental effect of going from, say, 120 metres, assuming they are 120 metres, to 190, would that be the same as putting 190 metre turbines on some other hill?
No, I haven't said that the effects are the same. I've said that the basis for assessing them
would be the same.
Yeah.
So that's an important distinction for me, at least, to keep in mind.
Yes. Yeah. And I would just add to that as notified, there wasn't a distinction in the way the policies were drafted around how those would be assessed, at least outside of overlay areas.
Gotcha. You go for it.
Okay. Um,
Where are you starting? Patricia?
well, I was just
Yeah.
jumping through the things that I had questions. So if you wanted to go through,
Well,
you want to go through.
my first one's on page 12. You got any advance on page?
No,
12?
that's on page 12.
Your response, Mr. Jeffries, to the Meridian submission about mapping Westwind and Mill Creek, you're saying, well, that's been recommended in Stream 7. This is paragraph 44. My understanding is that what's been recommended in Stream 7 is a reverse sensitivity overlay.
Yep.
Based on a noise contour. So it's not actually mapping the wind farm, it's mapping a broader area, including a noise buffer. And so the question might be, does that meet the submission? That may be what Meridian were actually seeking. But as I say, I think that what's recommended in section 7 is something different from an overlay showing the wind farms.
My understanding is that change through the rural zone topic does address the Meridian submission, but obviously I can't speak for them. So I think that would be a question to put to Ms. Foster. It is based on a noise contour. It uses a noise contour as a proxy for an area where reverse sensitivity.
Like my point is that what you summarise the submission as, they sort of overlay showing the wind farm, and this is the wind farm plus a buffer. Like in my recollection, you're on that panel, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like the map that was recommended doesn't show the wind farm plus a buffer, it just shows the outside of the buffer.
It was the noise contours.
Yeah.
Yes, I think. Yeah, my understanding is it does address the submission point,
Okay.
but perhaps
That's the important thing.
Put to Meridian.
The next question I had, Commissioner, was in relation to Objective 2,
Objective 2, go ahead. I've been reading it.
paragraph 15.
Yep.
Page 15. You said the deleted words are superfluous, and I wanted to query whether that was in fact the case, and more to the point, whether the end result made grammatical sense. If you just read it without those words.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I think there's an error there, and there's the of also needs to be deleted for that to make sense.
Well,
but
my suggestion was going to say, why don't you, rather than the functional needs, just say their functional needs and operational needs and the potential national benefits, which I think would make sense.
I would need to see that in writing. There is a discrepancy here between the appendix version of that objective, and I think it makes more sense. So that I guess that's an error where the
Page 3
strike through is missing from the text of the section 42A.
Oh, yep, it's the strike through of.
Yeah, so I think it makes more sense. But if you have a
well, as I say, my suggestion would be that you substitute there for the before functional. So it would read, while recognising their functional needs and operational needs, because you refer to renewable electricity generation activities earlier. That's probably what Ms. Foster meant, that you already referred to it in the first part of the sentence. So it's a bit superfluous to refer to the full Monty a second time. But if you said there, that would solve it. So think about that.
Sure.
Keep going.
Where are you starting, Commissioner?
Well, my next point isn't into, I haven't got anything till, I had a question at paragraph 282, but that would go.
I'm a bit earlier than that. So
Carry on.
at P3,
Mm.
you're talking about that it's appropriate. So that's paragraph 106
Of the section 42, is it?
42. Yes. It's appropriate to retain reference to effects being minimised. And the question might be, the question I had was, and I've asked other reporting officers this, what's your definition of minimised for this purpose? Is it as far as possible or is it as far as practicable? Because those are the two alternatives that are usually provided to that question. So a reduced as far as practicable or a reduced as far as possible?
In your mind, what is the distinction there?
Possibility is makes cost irrelevant, as the High Court has told us in the context of the NZCPS. So it's actually quite an important difference.
So perhaps it's practicable, but that's not in the policy.
True.
Minimise.
And but it makes a big difference to the effect of the policy into the cost benefit analysis, because you're weighing on the other side the benefits of renewable electricity generation. If you're going to impose an infinite cost to achieve what is theoretically possible, you're probably going to make the development unviable, and it's not going to happen. So
Yeah, so in that case, it should be practicable, because it's from a developer's perspective, that's the same as not providing for it at all if it's an infinite cost equation.
and so the question is, although I dare say, if Forest and Bird were to attend the hearing, they would much prefer, as far as possible, their submission would seem to give scope to soften that requirement.
I will just point out that this only applies outside of identified overlay areas.
Yeah, so that's the point. Because the moment, it says, I'm reading between the lines of the, or not what's not changed immediately above. Areas outside, at the moment it says where adverse effects are minimised. That you are only enabling them where adverse effects are reduced to the lowest extent possible, which, as I say, has the connotation that cost is irrelevant to the extent of reduction. And is that what you mean? Because, and if it's not, maybe you should consider making that a little clearer. because Forest and Bird's submission would give scope for that, because they've sought it be changed entirely to avoid remedy or mitigated. Which,
Yeah, I will give that further thought.
That's not to say that you should necessarily accept Forest and Bird. You could have you could say, well, minimise as far as practicable is a clearer way of saying avoid, remedy or mitigate. If you apply the case law, that's normally how you would interpret avoid, remedy or mitigate. You avoid to the extent practicable, you remedy to the extent practicable, and then you mitigate to the extent practicable. I think there's an early 2000s case, Environment Court case, that says almost exactly that, at Winston Aggregates.
I have to take your word for that, but I'm happy to have a closer look at that.
Yes, so the message is think about it, but I don't think you have a scope problem. You just have to decide on the merits, what you think, and then tell us the reasons.
Okay, I will review it on that basis.
And P4, this is a question I was asking Mr. Anderson that he's gone away to ponder in the context of infrastructure, and that is the application of policy 13 to the extent that it directs that effects on the significant adverse effects on coastal natural character are avoided. You've said, well, the REG reconciles the direction of the two documents, but the end result is that there's no direction on protection of natural character outside significant high natural character areas. And is that an appropriate reconciliation? Does some recognition of the potential management of at least significant effects on coastal natural character required to meet the direction of the CPS?
Now, this policy, you're talking about just within policy 4.
Yep.
And so that's just for small scale rig activities outside of specified high coastal natural character areas and coastal and riparian margins.
So is your logic that small scale, small effects, therefore it's not an issue?
No, not entirely.
Like that's not a pejorative sense, but like that's a shorthand. Like I didn't mean that to be pejorative. If you took that proportion, what I meant was that you could reasonably assume that if it's small scale, that it will certainly be less of an issue than if it's large scale.
I think that's valid, but it's probably a secondary consideration here. The key thing is that this is outside of high natural character areas. So I think it is appropriate, and my understanding is that it matches the approach taken in the coastal environment chapter.
Yes, as I was, as I said to you yesterday, I was quizzing Mr. Anderson on that issue also for infrastructure outside high natural character areas. Whether so maybe that between the two of you, because there is an obvious overlap between what provided for REG and what's provided for infrastructure generally. And although REG has the assistance of its own national policy statement, although I've always found trying to get consents for REG, it didn't seem to matter much in the scheme of things.
Sorry, you.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
So as I say, I'm suggesting you coordinate with Mr. Anderson on that point. Well, you're up to the 200s, weren't you?
No, there's a typo at 127, but it possibly doesn't look
I'm sure
the
that
ease of reading because I went down an awkward path on that one. 127, it should be REG P5 P3.
Sorry, are you,
It's just a typo, that's all.
okay, sure.
Probably don't need to. Are you up, Nick?
I'm up to page 144. Your reference to policy F of the NPS REG. The words "to the extent applicable to the region or district." I've always understood that provision to relate to the fact that REG depends on the location of a resource. So, for instance, reference to geothermal generation is not applicable to the Wellington region. You seem to be reading it more broadly, and I just wanted to invite you to explain how you were reading that provision.
I think that's right. But I don't think it's a key point for the point I'm making here. Yeah, the point I'm making is that the provide for wording in policy 6 is still consistent with that national policy, and the only allow wording in policy 7 is consistent with it when seen together with those two policies.
Gotcha.
That's a point I return to in the rebuttal,
Yep.
and it's perhaps explained more clearly there because I've
Okay.
gone into further depth on that point.
Thanks. Yeah, I understood in your rebuttal. Commissioner, you were in the 200s somewhere. I'm way up there now.
You might be before me. 282 was like it's to do with standard 1. Are you before that?
I got up to 304.
Okay, just a question on, I think it's standard 1, your paragraph 282.
Sorry, could you repeat that number?
Your paragraph 282
282.
on talking about standard 1. I've got a question there, I think. It was to do with fens. It's to do with trimming of trees, managing fire risk. So you don't support that relief. That it was better addressed through ecosystems and biodiversity.
Yeah, my point.
Yeah. I was just wondering why, because this is to do with trimming and pruning in relation to in relation to the matters of the reg, but it's still is it not relevant there? Their issue.
My view was that
managing fire risk.
Yeah, my view is that the reg provisions apply to reg activities, and that activity would not be a reg activity. So trimming for fire risk would be a separate activity. It's not a renewable electricity activity, and it's an activity I believe it's provided for through that chapter, the ecosystems and biodiversity chapter. But if it's not, it can be addressed through that hearing. I just don't think it's relevant to this topic. or it's something that strictly needs to be addressed through these provisions.
Is the reality that it's not specific to reg. Trimming trees to preserve fire risk is something that would be, is a general issue. Obviously, I don't imagine Meridian would be very happy if there was a fire affecting one of its turbines, but
Yeah.
I would need to check that chapter, but I believe that that is provided for. So trimming for fire risk. In my mind, it was a separate activity, but I guess there is a crossover if the fire risk is created by the renewable infrastructure. Yeah, I can come back to you on that and have a closer look.
They wouldn't require a wider distance. I try not to, don't want to confuse the two things. I can see where you're coming from, but fire is still an issue. So if it addresses that, that's a benefit. But you come back on that one.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what Meridian's position on that was. If I don't think they saw it as an issue.
they probably have already flattened everything within reach.
You know, I couldn't picture much bush or.
Well, Mr. Jeffries has been up there more recently than I have.
Yeah.
My recollection is all of those turbine sites are completely cleared.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty barren up there.
Yeah.
Well, it was probably barren up there before they built the turbines.
Yeah, well, it's pretty tough conditions for a plant. I mean, that's what makes it good for wind, but so.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
there are some areas of
Yeah.
SNA in close vicinity. So it could be an issue in the future, but for the current wind turbines, I don't think it would be an issue.
In your report, after S3, you go straight to S5. Was there nothing on S4?
No, it had no submission points, as far as I understand.
Sometimes these reports have no submissions received, and I'm just checking that with you because sometimes they have no.
Perhaps I could have made that clearer, but it was
That's
because
okay.
there was no submission point.
I just wanted to clear that.
S5. I'm looking at your recommendations and I turn to Appendix 1 and you've deleted the word permitted, but you make no reference to that in the text as far as I could see, unless it's somewhere else.
The reasoning for that, I do address it. The reason for that is that some of those standards are not permitted standards, that are standards. And I address it in the section 32AA. The amendment, there's a few that are similar.
So it's actually the fact that I didn't notice it before now. You've addressed it more generally somewhere.
Yes, in the section 32AA, I think there is a line in there.
At the end. Oh, yes.
Is it?
Gotcha. Thank you.
Is it fixed in there?
That was all I had. Any more, Commissioner?
150 square meters. I think that one.
Oh, sorry, there was that. It's not in the section 32AA. There's a section on minor and consequential amendments. Paragraph 350. That point is addressed because there's a number of changes that are similar.
Commissioner Murray, any questions?
I think that's all for me. Thank you.
All right.
Kia ora, Mr. Jeffries.
Kia ora.
Thank you very much for your report and your summary today. Most of my questions have been covered, but I do have a couple of residual ones. And the first relates to Reg P10, and that is around about 185, paragraph 185 of your report, and you discuss Meridian's request to delete that policy in its entirety, and that you have partially supported their alternative relief to amend the policy to remove the avoid policy directive. And of course, we now have the three policies, Reg PX, P9, which was already there, but has been slightly modified from it was initially related to new large scale renewable electricity, but now is just large scale renewable electricity, and P10, of course, which deals with new large scale renewable electricity generation in any other zone other than the general rural zone, as I understand it.
Yes.
Okay. So I guess first of all, I'm just I understand the way in which you have decided to address these issues raised by Meridian. I'm just not clear on the rationale for partly removing the avoid policy direction, if you like, and because it creates potentially, and I guess this is a question for you to consider, does it create any inconsistency with the way in which similar policies to do with new and I guess upgrading infrastructure within overlays has been dealt with in other subchapters and the wider provisions of the infrastructure chapter? And I'm thinking particularly in relation to the National Grid subchapter, for instance, which seeks to avoid adverse effects from on values identified in the provisions to do with the protection of overlays in the first instance. So I'm just, I guess my first question to you is, are you comfortable that the way in which you have addressed the issues raised by Meridian through these policies does not, and the watering down, if you like, if I can put it that way, of the avoidance policy directive, that it doesn't create any inconsistency in terms of the way in which those same issues are dealt with in other parts of the infrastructure provisions?
Yeah, there's a few things to respond to there. First of all, the reason for making this change is that Policy 10 was just an outright avoidance in any overlay.
Yes.
And it wasn't, so the change that I've made, it removes that outright avoidance policy. It would have made it the non-complying rule combined with this policy would have made no pathway to consider any large-scale reg within any of those overlays specified at all. And I believe there's a conflict there with the national policy, which requires you to provide for.
Yeah.
So that's the first step of it. The next one is that I've introduced a new policy.
Yes.
That provides more detailed guidance on how large-scale reg should be addressed within specific identified areas, and that retains avoidance policies in relation to the specific values that are identified. So there's still avoidance of, yeah.
So that's that Reg PX policy, then that's would be consistent in your view?
Yeah, I would need to check that against what has happened in the other chapters with the infrastructure. But I would just note, I guess the difference is that the national policy is a basis for distinction here, but
yes, that applies.
We probably are aligned here, but I would need to see how they line up.
Thank you.
But yeah, I think the key difference is that it's the notified version was avoidance in the area.
Yeah, I see.
It's now avoidance of specific
Yes.
values.
So it's a more nuanced response
Nuanced, yeah.
that depends on the nature of the overlay.
That's right. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. That's really helpful. And just to check, so I can see now that that is a more nuanced approach. And in terms of P10, so it's the intent of this policy to confine all new large-scale renewable energy generation activities to only within the general rule zone. That right?
Yeah, more or less. That's the effect of it.
Yeah. Is that the intent?
Yes, and I don't think there's any viable places in Wellington City outside of the general rural zone for large scale reg. It just would not be practical.
No.
And the general rural zone provides, it's a large zone, it provides a lot of options to work within that. And Meridian support this. I don't think they're concerned with any restrictions outside the general rural zone.
Okay.
I had a question arising from that. There is interspersed in the general rural zone the odd natural open space area. Do you think that there needs to be a provision, perhaps possibly a policy provision, to give some leeway in operation of Section 104D for minor incursions into natural open space areas?
I haven't considered that.
It may be that if you looked at the map, you could satisfy yourself, well, yes, there are incursions, but there are no open space that it would ever likely be an issue, and that would be fine. But I'm thinking there is quite a different context. But in the discussion we had in Stream 6 about the development areas at the top of Churton Park, there was an adjacent natural open space zone, and the reporting officer recommended a policy provision for minor incursions into the adjacent natural open space zone. So that's what gave me the idea, but I'm not sure where those open space zones are, and I just have this vision in my mind that they just tend to pop out in little areas here and there, and so that's something for you to ponder, because that's likely to be the only zone that, once you get into the rural area, well, outside the urban interface, where you might get a different zone.
Yeah, it's not something I've considered. There wasn't any submissions on this, so I haven't turned my mind to this. But yeah, theoretically, there could be open space areas where this would be viable, and some of the existing wind turbines at Mill Creek are very close to the open space. The Brooklyn wind turbine is in an open space zone and it has its own carve out. But whether in future, yeah, I'm not sure if council would want to consider that. I think there is plenty of scope to do it outside of those areas.
And if there's no submission seeking it, that might be the end of the matter anyway.
Yeah, well, that's it really. Yeah.
Sorry, Commissioner, you carry on.
Just turning now to Reg S1, Standard 1, and your paragraph 286. And here you refer to the relief sought by WCC ERG in relation to adding cultural values to the assessment criteria list alongside the identified ecological and biodiversity values of significant natural areas. So my first question is, what does ERG stand for? Who are WCC ERG? I couldn't find the
Oh, apologies if the reference was not there. That's Wellington City Council Environmental Reference Group.
Oh.
So they're an interest group within the council that lobbies for certain things. So
We've seen the ERG in earlier hearings. It's sort of like it's not part of the council, but it's sort of like an advisory group, isn't it? It's that kind of thing.
yes, yeah, that's right.
And it made up of nominated lay people.
That's my understanding. I'm not sure who the people are or what expertise they have. I understand they're not planners.
No, they're not planners. Yes, I can have vision. Well, we've seen two representatives.
I believe they are appearing in this hearing.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So they didn't have any sort of formal role within the council's process to assist with the identification of heritage values in relation to the overlays or anything like that. They're just submitting as a normal member of the public.
That's right. Yeah, they're entirely independent
You know.
of us. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for that.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Just while
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
on the phone? I did made a note there because you say that it's not doesn't need cultural values are a component of the identification of significant
Yeah.
natural areas, and I was just, how is that reflected or
Hmm.
in the plan? You're making that link, but is that clear that they are? You're saying that cultural.
That
In
was
your
going to be
plan.
my question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you
No,
finished.
that's good. That's
Sorry,
good.
sorry.
I was thinking the same thing. Same question came to mind because the impression I get from reading your rationale for not including cultural values is that there's no need to, because the assessment criteria already provides for the inclusion of an assessment of those cultural values where they're relevant. And so I was going to ask you, I mean, is it your expectation that cultural values will automatically and consistently be considered where they are relevant, even if they're not explicitly referenced in the standard?
So the standard is referring to the identified values.
Mm.
My point is that if cultural values can be, they're a component of identification of SNAs, so they're able to be identified. And this assessment criteria can take those into account without needing to explicitly reference that.
Like,
Yes,
basically, if the cultural values are an identified value of a particular SNA,
Yes.
this will capture them.
That's right.
Is that the chain of logic?
That's right. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And so it will in all case, because I'm just conscious of the words that you've chosen, maybe not consciously, that those cultural values can be assessed or they can be captured, but will they?
I mean, if there's a deficiency in the assessment of those, I think it's something that should be addressed through the ecosystems and biodiversity topic.
But so your point is that if they're an identified value of the SNA, this will pull them in. But the issue is whether they have been correctly identified, which is an SNA issue to be dealt with in Stream 11.
That's right. And the
you'll be just
basis for
allowed you to do that.
identification of SNAs. So identification of SNAs in the plan is based on policy 23 of the regional policy statement.
Yeah.
And that includes criteria around cultural values.
Yes.
So there is a basis to do that. I guess I'm not seeking to say whether that has been done correctly
I see.
within that chapter. I think that is an issue that should probably be interrogated through that hearing.
Sure. But to the extent it has been done, you know, where cultural values have been identified as part of the assessment process for, you know, identifying significant natural areas, they will be, you know, we can be assured that they will be considered in the context of this standard.
Well, it provides a means for taking those into account if they've been identified.
Yes, if they've been identified.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, excellent.
Well, like follow up, if I look at the assessment criteria, the
Yeah.
effects on the identified ecological and biodiversity values, there's no reference to cultural values
No,
there.
that's right, and that's my point. Yeah.
So is that where it comes home to roost in this context, that it should say identified ecological, cultural and biodiversity,
Yeah.
and biodiversity values, and again, is the scope to do that, but that's a
Right.
different thing.
Yeah.
But what's your view on the merits?
I mean, there is scope to do it. That's what they're seeking. I just thought it was unnecessary to take that into account, but it is probably finely balanced. Yeah, I can look at that closer.
Thank you. That would be helpful, I think.
Okay.
Okay. Most of my questions have been covered on page 10. There'll just be one more. Okay, this is the Reg R3 and 3, Reg R3.3. And I was just, this is to do with small scale renewable electricity generation activities, and looking at restricted discretionary matters of discretion. And I'm particularly interested there in the Schedule 7, sites and areas of significance to Māori. And actually, all of those overlays, when I look at them, I was just struck by, and I haven't looked in detail because I thought I would ask you to help me to understand why there is a difference between the way in which these matters of discretion have been dealt with, as opposed to the matters of discretion on the previous page under 3. This is under Reg R2.3, where we're also dealing with restricted discretionary activity status, and the matters of discretion are listed more specifically in relation to each of the overlays, if I'm making any sense.
Yeah, yes, yeah, I follow what you're getting at there.
Yes. So I was just, I mean, if I really turned my mind to it, I might be able to work it out, but could you please just explain why the matters of discretion are dealt with, you know, in a more nuanced and sort of intentional way in relation to that rule, and then in relation to this one, there are only 2 matters of discretion identified, and none of those, with maybe the exception of T5 possibly, I think, deal specifically with Schedule 7 overlay issues.
Yes, so I believe it's a stylistic difference
Uh-huh.
because policy 5 brings in the policies that are directly referenced in rule 2.
I see.
So I think it's two different ways of expressing the same thing. I can't say why it was drafted like that. Yeah. And I didn't have scope to revisit
I
that.
see.
But I did check it to make sure they both substantively addressed what they needed to. I believe they do. They just get there in two different ways.
P1, P2 and P5.
Because it's, yeah, P5
It's P5.
brings in all those direct references to other chapters through P5.
Yeah, I see.
Now, P2 relates to renewable investigation activities, which have their own policy.
Yes.
But that policy doesn't provide detail to assess different overlays the way policy 5 does.
Yes.
So yeah, that's the reason actually, because you can't.
Yep.
Yeah, policy 2 is insufficient for that purpose.
Yes.
But as there's no discretionary activity under rule 2,
Yes.
so it didn't really need to fully provide those references in the policy because it's able to do it through the matters of discretion.
I see.
So a difference between rule 2 and 3 is that rule 2 has permitted and restricted discretionary. Rule 3 actually no, sorry, that's not a difference there. They both are permitted and restricted discretionary, but the activity they relate to, small scale renewable within overlays, is addressed in detail through the policy 5, whereas the policy for renewable investigation does not do the same thing.
Yes.
So it's not perfectly tidy, but I think it works. It covers what it needs to, and it's just a little bit two different ways to get to the same place, really.
Okay. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Commissioner McMahon, anything more?
Very high level, Mr. Jeffries, from me. Conscious of the time. Yes, from me, the principal change has been the change to the policy 10 approach and being replaced with policy PX. Would that be a fair summation?
Yes, that's probably the most significant change I've recommended.
Yeah, and that's largely through giving effect to the MPS REG and providing a consenting pathway.
That's the core reason for it, yes.
Yes, okay. Okay, and rule 6 basically implements that policy now, doesn't it?
That's right, because that's now been amended to provide a discretionary status for large scale reg within overlays.
Yes. So those overlays are the 7 categories that are captured in the policy: heritage, SASMs, SNAs, coastal character, ONFLs, SALs, and the hazard overlay.
That's right.
And that's everything?
I'd need to check that. I didn't
Yeah.
follow your full list against
Yeah.
that. So,
Okay.
but it is extensive.
Right. I mean, it's a bit of a behemoth of a policy, isn't it? This new.
It is, and I actually grappled with whether it should be broken up. It's not very easy to read.
Well, glad you raised that, because I'm going to suggest to you that there is possibly a way it could be broken up, and the first part of it is, making provision for a large scale electricity generation in the rural zone overlays, which covers clauses 1 to 7. And then clauses 8 to 9 seem to introduce a slightly different angle in terms of they don't seem to be 8 and 9 presumably applies equally to all of the 7 categories of overlay.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And 8 is an important one with the operational need.
Yeah.
So this was drafted based on the existing policy 7.
Yeah.
And there's another policy that's similar in that it provides direction in each overlay, and it does it in a slightly different way.
It does, yeah.
In that the functional need is within each line. So
Although-
again, I think it's 2 different ways to get to the same place.
Yeah. Although clause 11 of policy 7 repeats the functional and operational need.
Yes. It's policy 5 does it differently. It has functional need built into each subclause.
Okay. Okay, thanks for confirming those matters. I guess the only other resource that would assist me, and don't worry, this isn't too onerous, but seeing some wiring diagram that links these 13 policies to the activity status that gives effect to the policy would be useful. in your
Yes,
right
I
of
can
reply.
provide that.
I mean, for 2 reasons. One, so that I can understand it fully, but also for you to make sure that there's no orphan policies or any orphan activities.
Yeah, I mean, checked that.
Okay.
And I mean, I've made tables for my own purposes, and I can adapt that.
Okay, well,
to
it's more for
provide-
it's more for the panel's benefit.
Yeah,
even
yeah,
if you're
I can do that,
satisfied.
yeah.
And but apart from that, no, nothing further from me.
I think, Commissioner, I thought of one overlay that's not included, and that's the view shafts. But the view shafts don't apply in rural zones.
No.
Well, they apply to Soames Island, but that's not in the within Wellington City. But I saw there was a reference in one of these standards to, is this the one that was to view P2, which intrigued me. Oh yes, here we are. These are ones in R2. Renewable electricity investigation matters matters of discretion. The matters in view P2. Given where the view shafts are, I was wondering what conceivable REG activities could be located within those view shafts.
It's
This is Rule 2, the matters of discretion in 2.3.
so that's investigation activities.
Yes.
And that, unlike large scale reg, that they could be done in any zone. So I guess it's just being thorough. It's probably unlikely. But yeah, I mean, the community or small scale activities can be done in those zones. So there could be a circumstance where it's relevant to a view shaft.
There's potential for somebody to put investigate a wind turbine on top of their house in Gilbert.
It's possible.
Any more questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Jeffries. Appreciate that. The Meridian team timed their entrance very nicely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My colleagues asked for a 5-minute break, so
Get yourselves up.
make yourself at home, and we will restart at past. Thank you. resume the hearing. We're favoured by the presence of, as I say, the team from Meridian. Welcome again. Presume we'll have the same format as previously. Mr. Fairbairn, would you care to introduce yourself and Ms. Foster and the case that you're going to present?
Yes. Good afternoon. My name's Andrew Fairbairn. I work for Meridian Energy. I act in their capacity as a statutory advocacy manager. To my left is Christine Foster, who's presenting evidence on behalf of Meridian today, in her capacity as planning expert. I think it's fair to say, having worked our way through the Section 42A reporting and the rebuttal evidence, there's primarily two residual issues that Meridian still has an interest in or concern about. And the first is relates to the issue we addressed in the previous hearing stream around the relationship of the REG chapter to other chapters within the plan, and needing to make sure that that matter is resolved to the point that the plan is very clear that the chapter is standalone. And the second issue primarily relates to the issue of repowering or upgrading, and how policy REG, new policy REG PX as proposed interfaces with that. So I'll get Christine to talk to that, because you'll be more interested in what she has to say, I suspect, than what I have to say. So I'll turn it over to her.
Thank you, Ms. Foster. You've given us a couple of pages.
Yes. And
Well,
really just by way of acknowledging the reporting, the rebuttal reporting that's happened since I filed my statement of evidence, and by exception, really just highlighting the one substantive issue that remains that I wanted to speak to, and for the rest I'll just leave it lie. It's in the evidence. There may be a difference of views about some things, but I don't need to say any more, I think. And I just wanted also to say that I have watched the hearing, the proceedings today from when you resumed after lunch. I caught some of it right up to your big picture question, but after that I've caught some of the questions and answers, but not all of them today. So should I just perhaps read? So read from the part of 2, which really doesn't say any more than what we've already said in the previous hearing streams about plan structure, but the infrastructure report was silent on the question of what you do in response to my suggestion for the coastal environment chapter. And it was really just, do we come back again and say it at the wrap up, or can it go into your system? And
the answer is potentially yes.
Yep.
You will have read my last minute, which invited people with suggestions for cross-stream issues to put their hand up in order that we might consider them, to put them on the list of the wrap-up hearing. So it was your issue that I had in mind, because I just read your evidence when I drafted that, so I didn't forget it.
thank you. All right. So that's that issue, and it's a minor issue in the scheme of things. The remaining issue is in relation to upgrading for large scale REG. If I could just read it through to you, because it just took me a while to get my head around it, but if I just plug my way slowly through that. Mr. Jeffries acknowledges in his rebuttal evidence that he hasn't merged policies REG P8 and REG P11. Rather, he has proposed deleting P8, which provides for upgrading of large-scale REG activities. Mr. Jeffries argues that he has replaced it with a provide for approach by changing policy REG P9 so that it applies to all large-scale REG activities. So that's existing, upgrades and new. Outside overlay areas, so that's what P9 is concerned with, is areas outside overlays. His proposed new policy REG-PX covers both upgrading and new large-scale REG activities inside overlay areas. So I acknowledge in 3.2 that policy REG-P9 is indeed a provide for policy, and it requires consideration of operational need or functional need to locate where the REG resources are available. However, policy P9 is only theoretically available for upgrading Meridian's existing wind farms, and that is because the policies REG P9 and PX do not address the building structures and other physical changes within a wind farm that could affect the overlays. In other words, the physical changes. The policies capture the whole entity of the wind farm, including all land that is not occupied by any REG structures or activities. The definition of large-scale REG activities, which is what the policies are directed at, means land, buildings, substations, wind turbine structures, underground cabling, earthworks, access tracks, roads, paved areas and transmission networks, amongst other things. The combination of the definition, which includes land, and the policies does not distinguish the unoccupied land from the REG buildings, structures and activities located within the land holding. This means that REG PX is potentially problematic as currently worded because the definition and therefore the policy applies even to land that is not actively used for REG structures or activities. This is problematic also in the suggestion that I gave you in my evidence of how to combine policies P8 and P11 in a slightly different way. So I just explain in 3.5 that although the existing wind farm buildings, structures, roads and transmission facilities are generally not located within ONFLs, SNAs or within high natural character areas within the coastal environment, there are large areas actually of unoccupied land within the wider wind farms, plural that should say, land holding that are within these overlays. Many of the structures and roads are within identified areas of significance to Māori, which are quite broad areas within those wind farms. So the point being that the policies capture the entity, even when the entity isn't necessarily itself affecting the ONFL or the SNA itself. So I accept that policy REGP8 as publicly notified does not incorporate the effects management approach of the NZCPAs. This is the avoid all and manage other adverse effects in relation to ONFLs, SNAs and areas of high natural character in the coastal environment. I support inclusion of those more stringent requirements into policy REGP8 and that's absent at the moment. And I agree with the way that Mr. Jeffries has expressed the various effects management directions in his proposed REGPX. I agree that that reflects the direction of the NZCPS in relation to the coastal environment. I support that, but I do not support it in relation to areas of unoccupied land within a wider wind farm that are not actively used or proposed to be used for REG activities. Applying the policy in this way would do the opposite of provide for REG upgrading, which the publicly notified PDP intended. In my opinion, if policy REGPX is adopted, the only allow direction should only apply to new and altered building structures, access tracks, roads, transmission facilities and earthworks that are proposed to be located within the overlay areas. In other words, the physical things that have the potential to change the overlays. The only allow direction should not be able to apply to unoccupied areas of land within the wider wind farm. It should also avoid creating an opportunity for relitigation of structures and activities already authorised by consents. And again, I recognise that the problem I've outlined here is equally a problem for the reference I've made to policy REGP6 in my reworded policy REGP8 set out in my evidence. My view is that the problem can be addressed by making the following amendment to policy REGPX, and my words, the blue ones, and that is to say only allow the physical things for the purposes of large-scale renewable electricity generation activities where the following circumstances apply. So I hope that's explanation assists. In 3.9 I say, I haven't set out the whole of REGPX, but hopefully you get the drift. A similar amendment would also need to be made to policy REGPX if the panel prefers my suggestion of retaining a reworded policy REGP8 specifically for
upgrading of large-scale REG activities. I note that Mr. Jeffrey has retained policy REG P11. I deleted it because I combined it with P8. P11 recognises it only does it once, recognises the benefits of upgrading REG. I support the retention of policy REG P11 if policy REG P8 is to be replaced by policy REG PX as proposed by Mr. Jeffries. I also note that Mr. Jeffries has imported into clause 9 of the new policy REG PX the policy P9 list of effects to be considered for upgrading. Meridian did not take issue with that list and I support its inclusion. And in 4, I simply note that there are some other matters, but they're minor, where Mr. Jeffries hasn't necessarily agreed completely with me, but I'm content that I've addressed that in my evidence. I don't need to repeat or elaborate, I think. So, happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Foster. I have to admit, I'm a bit puzzled by the problem that you've identified and your suggested solution. But first I should note that one of the suggestions my colleague Commissioner Black made to Mr. Jeffries was that he think about amending the heading and or the first 2 lines of R9 and or P9 and PX to refer to upgrading and new. So that's something that you might comment on, please. But in terms of the problem you've identified, it's, as I understand it, that you're concerned that the nature of a wind farm is in effect a series of sites that are separated, connected by eroding and underground electricity cables, but nothing else, that appear on the face on the ground to be like popping up like mushrooms at however many 100-metre intervals on ridge lines, and there's a lot of space between them, and so the broader site takes in these overlays. That's the first point. The first question I had is, well, as you said, the definition of large-scale REG activities means land, buildings, substations, wind turbine structures, underground cable networks, access tracks, roads, paved areas, transmission networks, which is the hard bits. It's not the gaps in between.
It is the gaps in between.
Well,
land.
Oh, it means the land.
Yes.
That's the point.
That's the problem.
Oh, gotcha. So the difference is
what? Yes.
Is the very first word,
yes,
or the first 2 words.
Right, in the definition. And I looked at whether there was an alternative expression you could use to capture the thing, which is upgraded. For example, wind farm, but it's just doesn't, this policy is, I think, appropriately targeting the upgrading of activities, because it could be other than wind farms. So I get that, but you're right, land.
The other thing that I was puzzling over is that if you look in the body of the instructions in these policies, if located within, say, a site of significance to Maori, any significant adverse effects are avoided and any other effects are avoided, remedied or mitigated. If you have no hard structures within the SASM, and the only part of the REG activity that is located is the land, what conceivable effect could you be having?
It's one way of looking at SASM is slightly different because they are such extensive areas within these particular wind farms. So there's roads and there are turbines as well. And I think Meridian may be less concerned about that there would be actual effects. I think those can be understood and negotiated. That's the experience of establishing these things in the first place. It's the wording of the policy which is to only allow the whole thing when bits of the whole thing trigger this policy. It's just, I think it's capturing more than it intends to.
Well, if it's SASM says, all right, if located within an ONFL, sort of within the coastal environment, because these ones are, I think.
No.
Or are
that's the
they?
thing. No, I had a wee look yesterday online, and the turbines, roads, transmission facilities, some of the transmission facilities may go through SNAs, but roads, turbines, foundation platforms, they're all clear of ONFLs.
But my point being, to the extent that the land is within an ONFL, either within the coastal environment or outside it, what conceivable effect are you having on the ONFL values?
Well, I think it'd be better to avoid the argument, really, because it's not talking about the effects on them, it's talking about allowing the activity. I think that's just in the construction of it.
Yeah, but like the way it's framed is only allow the activity if X, Y, Z are ticked off. If you're not having any effect on any of the relevant overlays, significant or insignificant, because there are no structures within those overlays, how is that a problem? So I'm missing something.
I think it's in the potential for argument that it sets up.
Not that those particular projects have been the subject of argument before, of course.
Commissioner Black's question about changing the language of the heading, the descriptor, I heard that question or suggestion made this morning, and we had talked about it as well. That makes absolute sense, acknowledging that the stuck together policy provides for both upgrading and new.
Right. Those are all the questions I had. Commissioner Black?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm still confused over this. So in your change to the within the new policy is to specify the building structures, et cetera, because your criticism of what's there now is that it's everything.
It's
And then you want it to only apply. Yeah, this is large scale means land.
the land. That's the point.
So
That's the extra bit.
and you don't want the land in it because some of the land's out.
No, well, for new, it makes absolute sense. But for upgrading an existing facility where there's an awful lot of land, it is in general only the land that's unoccupied, sort of the coastal cliffs, the gullies that are ECNAs, they are within the overlay areas. And this policy would directs itself at the whole activity, not just the structures within it, but the whole activity.
Yeah.
When the things that are going to change
Are the buildings?
are the things within it. Not
So that's why you're just specifying the buildings. and
yeah,
structures.
basically. Try to take out the bits of the definition.
You're just taking the land out.
Land, yeah.
So that's so. So then, wouldn't you just do that to P9? Wouldn't you just alter P9? Why do you want to bring P8 back? Because if P9, is there a reverse thing that applies? Because it's outside of overlays. P8 was
It was upgrading specific.
P8
I had
was
suggested in my evidence, put P8 and P11 together because they deal with upgrading.
yeah.
I can live with REGPX, the new one, that provides for within overlays, whether it's upgrading or new.
So it's within overlays, and this one.
Because it brings in the directions from the higher order policy, the NZCPS, the effects management approach of that P8 didn't originally. So that's fine. But it does in both of them introduce, they had this difficulty with capturing the land.
So you don't think P9 can be changed, or you think keep
P9 is for
P9 is for upgrading in new
outside.
outside. So you're just talking about the
Really the new
ins. You're only
P-
concerned about the inside.
That's right. When the things that are likely to change the overlays actually aren't inside them. That's the essence of the issue. And is that what this proposed district plan wanted to do? Because it seems to be the opposite of actually providing for, in the context of the wind farms that are in Wellington.
Okay.
Commissioners, any questions?
Thank you. I understand the nature of your submission, and I don't have any further questions.
Mr. McMahon?
Yeah, I think so. I don't want to add to the quandary. Ms. Foster, is PX a plan making policy or an assessment policy?
I had seen it as an assessment policy. Only allow what has been something you look at for considering applications for consent. When you look at the rule framework that goes with it, so the discretionary activities. It's a positive feature of Mr. Jeffrey's rebuttal, which I haven't.
Okay. And you're happy with Rule 6? It's the policy assessment that would be enacted by Rule 6 that's concerning you. You haven't suggested any changes to Rule 6. You're happy with discretionary
That's right,
activity.
discretionary activity.
It's
I didn't support a non-complying activity position because I think that as a new plan, it needs to say what it means, and I think this does in quite excruciating detail about what's to happen inside overlay, but that's appropriate. I think it's pretty clear.
Yep.
Discretionary can handle it.
Is the problem that you've identified a difference between the intent and the delivery?
Yes.
Okay.
And I didn't pick it up either when I first looked at my evidence, but I picked it on a bit more. I don't think it's doing what it.
Okay. Okay, that's all I'm going to ask. Thank you.
I think that's it from us. Thank you very much, team.
Thank you. Look forward to hearing from you.
Whether we'll see you in P11, we'll probably or certainly see you in Stream 11, but we'll certainly see you in the wrap-up here. Thank you very much. On that note, we will adjourn proceedings. I think that we're starting a little later tomorrow. 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock it is. Yes, because Ms. Whitney cannot attend. So adjourn to 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.